everyone, and welcome to the Cask Festival broadcast. May the 27th of March, henceforth be known as Caskmas. I'm Johnny Garrett. If you haven't seen the Craft Beer channel before, we travel the world making documentaries and chatting nonsense about beer, and I'm here with my partner, Brad.
Hey, I'm his partner in business, Brad.
Okay, clear.
Not in love, but I do love you, Johnny.
Thanks, man.
Hey, man, love and beer, right?
Yeah.
And this evening we're joined by Greg, who is co-founder and head brewer at 5 Points.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Thanks very much.
I think it's possibly your fourth or fifth appearance.
There's been a few, yeah.
On that show. So thanks for joining us again. And we're down at the Brewery. Do you want to tell everyone about this wonderful place?
Yeah, so this is our pub in Hackney, which is by where the brewery first started in 2013. And we've had this pub for sort of 2 years now, and it's been a real asset. Obviously not in the last year, but before that.
It's been the opposite, a real drag.
Yeah.
It switched.
We lost black magic for a tiny second there. Hello again. That was super weird. We're not quite sure what happened. I moved my knee.
It's been working for hours, Johnny. We've been here for 4 hours and this hasn't gone wrong.
Oh, goodness me. Well, I think we're back.
It wouldn't be a Craft Beer channel live stream if it didn't go wrong.
Well, you say that. We've got relatively professional. This is show 26.
It is.
And I think that's the first time we've lost signal in 25 shows, I think. But there we go. There we go. So, yeah, it's really great to be back in the Brewery and drinking cask ale. We're incredibly privileged to have actual tap fresh cask ale for us. And you guys are on the minikeg. So do let us know what you think of the beers as you're trying them today. We've got specific times to crack open certain beers if you bought the extra tasting pack, but we'll be focusing on the porter, the best, and the pale.
That's right, yeah.
So we've got the panel coming up at 6:20 all about cask ale. But I'd love to hear a little bit about the origins of 5 Points, because you're very focused on cask ale, which is not really the way that like the new wave of breweries went.
Yeah, I mean, when we started out in 2013, our first brew and first packaging run was for cask. It's something that I grew up drinking, as did Ed, and it's something that was always passionate and, held close to our hearts, and we sort of have never looked back, really.
So how much of what you make is actually okay. Hopefully this isn't going to become a theme for this evening. We've switched out the cable that might be the issue lightning quick, and hopefully we're back.
Can everybody see and hear us?
There's no response, Bradley.
There's no response. I'm guessing that's the delay.
Okay, so I think we're all good. What's happening is something to do with our camera is kicking off, but we've switched cable. Where were we? Yeah, so how much of the cask ale, how much of the beer that you make is actually cask ale?
Yeah, I mean, obviously things have been skewed over the last 12 months, but before then it was growing and growing every year. It was something that was, we were really proud of, and something that we'd let grow organically as well. We'd never sort of decided, okay, this year we're going to produce more cask and more cask. It's by a set number. It's just something that sort of evolved over time, and I think we've become known as, a quality cask brewer, amongst other things.
So you started in 2013.
Yeah.
Were there more people making cask ale back there in sort of the new guard?
Yeah, I think there was a lot more sort of cask from the sort of younger breweries at the time, which has sort of ended up falling away in favour of sort of packaged product or keg product and that sort of thing. But Yeah, I mean, it was a good time for Cask. I think there was a lot of sort of experimentation, and people sort of moved away from it. Hopefully, people are moving back to it as well.
Yeah, it feels like there is, and we'll get into this in the roundtable, but a slight movement towards both more traditional styles and more traditional serves, certainly in the UK. And you guys are probably going to be pretty well positioned for that with a best and a porter.
Yeah, and porter was our third ever brew and third beer that we ever made, and is sort of really, one of my favourite of our beers. And the best coming out a couple of years ago was it's gone down really well. So. Yeah,
but it was a bit of a personal project to start with, and then it seems to have spiraled to be one of your better sellers.
Yeah, we weren't entirely sure how well it would be received by the public. I suppose it was a bit more of a sort of a bit of a vanity project. We wanted to use this type of ingredients to make this type of beer, and sort of for ourselves.
Yeah.
And luckily everyone else likes to drink it along with us.
Yeah.
So.
Did it come out at a similar time as the Pembury as well?
It was a similar time.
Yeah. So was that sort of thinking, you've now got this amazing East End classic boozer and you wanted something that reflected that a little bit? Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we'll get into that beer later today. We've got loads of content. We've got me homebrewing it, and then we've got, obviously, the professionals doing it in great batches, giant batches that we visited last week and made a little film about that's coming up. But before then, we've got loads of amazing content to come, and we're going to be starting with a round table with some absolutely amazing brewers and thinkers and writers from around the beer industry. So we're going to invite those guys on in a sec. While these guys are on, we'd love to hear questions from you as well. So if you've got a question for anybody that's coming onto the panel, please do put it in the comments, and we will desperately try to read through and get to it as we chat. But there is also a Q&A at the end of the whole thing at about
9:45. 9:45.
When you guys can ask your questions as well. So if we don't answer it as we go through, then apologies. We will get to it at the end if we can. If you just cannot cope with the fact that we haven't answered your question, you can use Super Chat. Tell them about Super Chat, Brad.
Super Chat's great. So basically, it helps support Craft Beer Channel. You send us a little tip if you're enjoying the evening, and you get to jump the queue for your comment. And basically, we'll read out whatever your comment is, as long as it's not disrespectful or horrible. But you guys are a lovely bunch, so it won't be.
We'll still take your money.
We'll still take your money.
Cool. Well, it's time, I think, for us to get onto the round table. So we have some amazing guests coming on. I'll bring them on one by one so that we can applaud them as they arrive. So let's start with the amazing Pete Brown. Welcome to the show, Pete.
Hello.
How are we?
I'm good, thanks. I've literally just taken my first sip of Cask for a year. So I'm very excited.
Oh, wow. And what do you think of the minikeg version?
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It's just a lovely balance. It's really nice to taste malt and hops partying together rather than one stamping all over the other.
It's true. It's true. Alrighty. So let's also bring on George of Bath Ales.
Hi there. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. How are we doing?
I'm all right, thank you. I'm having a bit of the pale tonight from the micro cask that you sent, which is lovely. And yeah, so really pleased to be here, representing Bath Ales and St Austell. So
there we go. I love both those breweries as well. So next up we have Christian of North Brewing. How are we doing, Christian?
Good. How are you?
Cheers. Yeah, good. Good. Really happy.
Also on the best.
Have resolved. We've got two bests and a pale ale. So now let's get Ed Mason, co-founder of 5 Points, on as our final guest for the round table.
Hi there.
Hi Ed, how are we?
How you doing? You're all right, guys? Thank you so much, everybody, for helping organise the event and for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure.
It's great to be here.
So let's get on with the first question that I wanted to ask, which is on paper, it's a very, very simple question, but perhaps in practice, it's a little bit more complicated. Ed, let's just get a quick rundown for those who don't know and for those who need reminding. What actually defines a real ale?
I would say that, well, obviously, first up, it's also known as cask conditioned or cask beer. We tend to call it cask beer actually at 5 Points. And it's, to my mind, it is a uniquely British way of producing and serving beer. And it's a process where the beer isn't pasteurized or filtered in the brewery. but it remains a fresh, living product. And the yeast remains in the beer, and it undergoes a secondary fermentation process in the cask, and often right up until it's served in the pub cellar. And I suppose its other key characteristics are that the CO2 and condition in the beer are created naturally through the primary and secondary fermentation processes. So there's no additional kind of top-up CO2 added by the brewer. And as a result, it has a lower carbonation and a softer mouthfeel than keg beers. It's typically served, well, should be served at a slightly warmer temperature than keg beers. So typically 11 or 12 degrees, and it certainly can be delicious. The temperature than keg beers.
Thanks. Everyone could hear you. We seem to cut out a little bit.
Yep. Hold up, we're back. Okay, there we go. That was strange. So yeah, I guess I'd like to check in with all of you, because I think Cask Ale has been a huge part of everybody that's part of this round table. So I'd love to hear. I mean, Pete, you've been part of the craft beer industry for a long time, but really, when you first got into beer and started writing about it, really outside of the really big brewers, you were talking about Cask Ale.
Yeah, I mean, there was back then in the olden days there was two types of beer. There was mainstream lager, and there was cask beer, and then there was kind of crap sort of smooth flow keg beer, which was trying to be cask for people who couldn't really look after it, and good beer equaled cask beer. I think it was to some extent it was too much of a British centric attitude. You know, it was kind of like we weren't really aware that there were fantastic beer traditions in other countries, but it was really important, and it's been sort of up and down for about the last 40, 50 years, but it's definitely worth keeping hold of.
And George, you are here representing two of the great cask ale brewers of the UK, and in particular St Austell, who, you know, in Trim have built one of the most successful cask brands of the last couple of decades, and both those breweries have really nailed their colours to the mast, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, we make over 80,000 barrels of cask beer in 2019, and, you know, flagship being Tribute, and, you know, pale ales were, you know, a very modern phenomenon in cask that, you know, Roger created back from 1999, and it's grown ever since. And I think, you know, it's cask is, you know, what our breweries are designed to do, and it's our USP, and it's our passion, it's our love, and, you know, we can't wait for the pubs to open and get it out there again. And it's, you know, orders are beginning to come in. It's so exciting. We'll be cask racking next week, and it's just, you know, bringing life back into the breweries, because obviously it's, you know, we've had a very tragic year losing Roger, you know, last May, and you know, it's been really, really, you know, extra tough. So you know, just, you know, to keep growing with cask is, you know, what we're really looking forward to doing. So
yeah, it's been great to see on social media all the breweries starting to tweet again, sort of going like, yes, we're racking for the first time in months. It's very exciting. Christian, so you opened North Bar in 1997?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And, you know, how much of a part did Cask Ale play in that bar that you were going for?
It's funny, actually, Johnny, because as Pete said, you know, cask was seen as the good beer in the UK, and perhaps that there was a general neglect for beers from other countries. Our focus started, our journey started with looking at Belgian beers, and Belgian and German and Dutch beers, and that was where our interest was at North Bar in 97, 98, and then American beers, and it was some time before we really got into British cask. So we took the journey. We went the long way around to get to British cask, and you know, by our own admission, when we started brewing, when we started initially selling cask beer in North Bar in the late 90s, I don't think we did it brilliantly, and so it took a bit of time, and discovering amazing breweries that were on our doorstep was a part of part of the key to unlocking our excitement and joy and passion for cask beer. So both breweries such as Abbeydale, Roosters, Kellam Island, those breweries really lit the fire for us in terms of our cask journey.
Pete, so we perhaps touched on it already a little bit, but the struggles that Cask have maybe had isn't unique to the COVID crisis. So can you tell us how Cask Ale was sort of faring over the last sort of 20 years? Because on the surface, it feels like it should be doing very well with the big brewing revolution, but it doesn't seem to have quite had the same lift that keg beer had.
It's a really strange one. Cask was in long-term decline until about 10 years ago. And then we started doing the Cask Report and really trying to put some promotion behind it. A lot of people in the industry, a lot of big brewers and industry bodies got together, and we really started marketing Cask Ale as a thing in its own right. And it did recover. And up to about 2013, 2014, it was back in growth and doing really well. And even before then, it was in decline, but not as much as the rest of the beer market was. And then about 2014, 2015, the thing about the kind of craft beer revolution hit, and it went mainstream, and we started getting really, really good packaged beers and really good beers on keg. And Cask just kind of fell off a cliff. There's this whole thing with Cask, which is if you know what you're doing with it, and if you treat it well, and if you've got the knack for it, it is easily the best beer you can possibly get. But if you've got a pub or a cellar people or we're just not quite up to snuff with it, then it can be inconsistent and it can be kind of uncertain. And keg beer on its day might not be as good as an excellent pint of Cask, but it's more consistent. And so these quality issues have started really impacting it. And it was in quite serious decline before COVID hit. And we were kind of looking at ways to try and stem that and turn it around. I've lost you sound-wise in the studio.
Apologies, we're back. In terms of the actual volumes of the Cask beer being served, we've seen a definite drop-off through your work at the Cask beer report?
Yeah, it was down about. We'd lost a quarter of the Cask market before COVID hit over a period of about 10 years. It's 25% down over a 10-year period, and then obviously now it's down 90% of what it was a year ago. So we're hoping. I think the thing is when we've all been drinking excellent canned beers and bottled beers, and home delivery's been a revelation for me over the last 12 months. But Cask is the one thing that we can't replicate at home. Well, we come pretty close with these minikegs, but there's something about having that hand-pulled pint. And everyone I've spoken to, when the pubs do reopen, they want to be back there and getting a pint of Cask. And I think it's really brought home to people how much they've missed it. So hopefully we're going to see a massive bounce when we get back to the pub.
Yeah. But Ed, you've seen, I think, huge growth in the Cask beer that you've been brewing, even perhaps as a proportion of what you've been brewing up until the pandemic. How do you think it's going to fare afterwards? Do you think there'll be a bounce back?
I think there will be a bounce back for the reasons that Pete mentions. It's you've been able to access great quality craft beer throughout the pandemic through home delivery and through local independent bottle shops. You've still been able to access that beer, but the one product and beer you haven't been able to have, because you can only get it properly in its real form in the pub, is Cask beer. I'm fortunate enough to, as well as being the co-founder with Greg of 5 Points and having the Pembury Tavern in London, I'm also fortunate enough to have a pub in Leeds in West Yorkshire called White Lock, which we've always majored on Cask beer there. We have 11 lines of Cask beer, and we put bookings on sale last Thursday to our mailing list, and we'd had 300 bookings within the first hour, and we're currently sat on 1,000 sort of covers people booked in for the first week. And I think that's in no small part because there's an experience that pubs offer, a unique experience, and an integral part of that is Cask beer, I believe.
George, so we've talked about the potential quality issues being a slight issue. In terms of the brewers, what can they do to improve that, and what are the challenges that brewers face in making sure they get quality beer?
Well, I suppose it's we know that the quality is there as we leave the brewery. It's the extra training and everything and the support that goes out with that. I'm very fortunate in my new position within St Austell that I'm setting up a beer quality team, and that is enabling me to put beer champions out there to go around the pubs, look at in trade, do that training, and really bring that extra understanding of cask beer. I'm also a director of Caskmark, and I think they are an amazing organisation with the beer mark and the scores on the cellar doors that they do. And it is all about that education of how to look after cask beer, because without that and understanding, it's better to have a smaller range. Make sure your lines are cleaned, all the cellarmanship that goes with it. It's such an art, and really just focusing on that. Brewers need to work together to just lift that across the industry. I think it's really exciting that, everyone is so excited that the pubs are opening. And I think if we can get cask right on reopening with all these extra initiatives, then I think, we've got a really good chance of getting cask back on the bar. But, it is about making that range small and just educating people on cask beer, because it's the cask ale drinker who chooses which pub you go to. You can go to any old pub and get your fizzy lagers, but actually the cask ale drinker will say, no, let's go to the Dog and Duck because I know they're good, and I can get my 5 points, and I can, but that's what's so special about cask beer, and that's why brewers, just want it to be served correctly.
So Christian, as somebody who runs a lot of bars, is that something that you? I mean, being a brewery owner, you probably know the issues even if you don't make it. And do you, make sure that throughput is key and clean lines and having a smaller range so that you're getting that through?
Absolutely. I think what George's point there about the range, I've had a real bugbear about this for many, many years. There are pubs around the country that have fantastic reputations within the cask beer industry or sector, and actually don't dispense a consistent range of very good quality beer, because they'll have 10 wickets on and the throughput does not justify 10 wickets. So if you don't get through a cask of beer in 2 to 3 days, it is not going to be of the quality that you need it to be, which is why I think that you can have a keg of beer on a bar, and people would argue with me against this, but you could have a keg on there for 5 days and it will be consistent and okay. But cask needs to be drunk fresh and quickly, and it has really bugged the hell out of me for many years. Seeing the accolades that some pubs around the country get, and it seems to be based on the number of wickets they have, not on the quality of the beer that they dispense. I think having a smaller range, cleaning the lines at least weekly, is absolutely crucial. Cask beer is. Ed said at the start, this is a unique part of our heritage. It's such, there's nowhere else in the world that provides this style of beer, this style of dispense, and it's something that should be cherished and celebrated, and we should be really proud of it. And I think the way to do that is for us to be working together, making sure that people have know what they're doing and how they dispense it, and that's how it will move forward and grow again, hopefully.
These challenges that we've talked about, was that at all behind the reason that North doesn't do cask ale, or was that purely down to the beers that you wanted to produce?
No, we do cask ale.
Just didn't get to London. Sorry, that's my London bubble.
So no, we don't. We do a little. We do cask ale. So it'll be a small percentage of our production. We have a cask ale that we keep in-house in our bars only, that we which again, another great thing about cask ale is it tends to be I'm generalizing a little here, but generally tends to be a more affordable pint. So one of the things that we do at North Bar, we have a cask ale at a really good entry price, put a little bit of money on it, an extra 10p. And last year we raised, well, pre-COVID, raised 15 grand for Action Against Hunger for charity. That's pubs around the country do this. You know, again, I think charity and British pub culture is goes hand in hand. But yeah, we do focus on it's no secret that our forte as a brewery is hop heavy style beer, or our triple fruited gozers, more slightly more experimental, or a less traditional style of beer, and they're generally, you know, our production leans towards can and keg, but we absolutely cherish cask beer, and we actually have a permanent cask tap in Bunderbust in Leeds, where we put pretty much every beer that we produce, we'll rack at least one cask to go into Bunderbust. And it's a little bit experimental because some of the beers might not suit cask perfectly, but some of them are a real surprise, and it's really great to see the difference between a beer in cask to how it is in keg.
So what? Just before we get on to the question, the main question, which we'll all dive in on, which is, you know, how we genuinely go about and you know, bring cask back to the fore. What is it that makes a beer best suited to cask? Why have some of those beers worked and some of them not, Christian?
I think that that's a really good question. I think some of our triple fruited gozers excite me in cask. I think beers that are, I mean, what I miss about the pub, and at Christmas I got a case of fine ales and had a Jarl, which was just like, it just popped out like I felt like I was in the pub again. It was absolutely amazing. Having the 5 Points best tonight, we've just produced a best bitter in can. Having those traditional styles is really, I think that chimes with me more than anything else. I think slightly hoppier beers, or much hoppier beers, I feel that they benefit from a little bit of carbonation. I don't know if that quite answers the question.
Maybe we can open it up. Sorry, somebody going to say something? Was it George?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's interesting because actually we've done something recently with Harlequin, which is a new British hop variety, and it was first done for the Celtic Beer Festival, and then that was definitely a cask beer. That's where the hop really worked really well, because it's got, you know, much higher oil contents, and you got the real sort of, you know, tropical fruity flavors coming through from it. And then obviously with lockdown this year, we went, well, let's put it in bottle. Let's, you know, I'd like to see how that hop would work. But I think actually that higher CO2 sort of don't disseminate it, you know, in a bad way. But actually, I can't wait to do it again on cask, because I think you just get a more rounded, fuller flavour, you know, coming out. You know, because you do lose, as soon as you start processing anything, you start losing flavour, and that's the key. With cask, you know, you don't lose anything there, and you know, we have to remember that this country, temperate climate, that's why we have cask, you know, and actually we are British again, so you know, we can use cask, you know, that's why we are the only country in the world that has cask beer, because of our climate, you know, and the serving of it. So that's I think our USP as well. Sorry, just need to get that off my chest. There we are.
Ed.
No, I was going to say, I think there's something about the temperature that cask ale is served at, and about the softer carbonation, that I think just for certain beer styles, it allows a kind of a greater appreciation of the flavors, and I think it does tend to suit more malt forward beers. You know, certainly I tend to believe that porters and maybe brown ales tend in the round to work a bit better on cask than they do on keg, because that warmer temperature allows the kind of malt flavors to shine maybe. And I think that maybe they suit more kind of balanced, and you can, you know, there's a sort of nuance in the flavors that softer mouthfeel and the warmer temperature kind of helps to facilitate maybe.
I think that's true. There's a It's funny watching all the chat about Christian's term wickets in the chat, but there was a guy called Dave Wickett who was one of the saviours of beer generally in the country and certainly around Sheffield. And Dave actually took Cask Ale to North America. He had a pub in Rochester, New York. And he went over there and he got local American craft brewers. He taught them how to brew cask beer so that he could supply cask to this pub in Rochester, the Old Toad. And it was really interesting because if you taste a big American hoppy IPA that's been served on cask, it's not right. George talked about the oils and these massive 8% really hoppy IPAs on cask, they're too oily, they're too kind of greasy in your mouth. Whereas if you go the other way and you take a classic British 3.8% bitter that's been designed for cask, and you strip that out, you carbonate it, you put it into keg, it tastes of nothing. And the cask process and the cask delivery, the cask serve really suits these lower strength, subtler, more balanced beers and brings out flavour in them in a way that nothing else can. And Garrett Oliver from Brooklyn Brewery always says there is no one in the world who can make flavourful, subtle, complex beers at low ABVs the way that British cask ale brewers can.
Absolutely. So let's move on to the final question, which is, where we go from here and how we try to grow the cask ale category. Again, we talked about the quality issues, and we know that quality is one of the key things. And so is throughput, but obviously throughput relies on us making cask ale really exciting and dare I say the word, kind of trendy again. It feels a little bit like there's a small movement towards, normcore, towards bests and porters and even milds. But what can we do as brewers, as publicans, and as big eats and influencers of whatever we are, to try and improve the reputation and the understanding of what's special about cask? Should we start with Ed?
Sure. I mean, I think there's no doubt about it. I think we've alluded to it a bit earlier, but cask it's harder to keep and to maintain and to serve well than keg beers. It simply is. George talked about cellarmanship and the skill set that comes, and therefore I think those breweries who want to continue to produce and sell cask, I think they do need to invest and take time and effort to spend on training and training the customer and training the people who are serving the beer and looking after it in the cellar. I think that craft beer came along, as Pete said, en masse in the mid 20-teens or whatever, and started to provide some of those things that cask used to provide, like provenance and local and independence and flavour that people would traditionally get from cask. But it also provided those things in a much easier way to sell. And I think that by the sound of it, George was talking about the St. Austell and Bath Ales education program, which sounds great. And we set up a cask care program. Obviously, we're really fortunate. We've got the Pembury Tavern in the sort of heart of East London that we can use as a resource. We invite our trade customers down. We spend half a day, teaching them really, cask, ways to look after cask beer and cellar personship and kind of hosting them in the pub and talking all about the perfect dispense. And all breweries will have that resource, but equally, I think that there's an opportunity here, for breweries to take education of the trade seriously, because I think that has to happen. In some ways, I suspect, I've been, knocking around the industry for longer than I care to remember these days, but there is almost a generational change going on where a younger generation of sort of pub staff and publicans are losing that skill set. Maybe it used to be de rigueur or expected that you would have those cellarmanship skills, and that's changed, I think.
George, we've talked about the idea that maybe sometimes modern beers don't work quite so well, the very hop forward ones, but Proper Job is a very modern beer with a really big hop hit and a very aromatic beer that has done extremely well. And is one of my favourite beers on cask. Why do you think there are certain differences? I know that Pete's also enjoyed Jaipur on cask. Are there exceptions? And also, is putting that kind of style in cask important to try and reach new people?
Yes, I think it is. And, Proper Job, I think, is on an exciting journey, which really is only just beginning, and I think it does work on cask because it was designed to be in cask. It was lots of trial work and experimental work onto how to make that beer in cask, with the combinations of hops and the balance. And, it is at a different ABV in cask than a bottle, it's a hugely successful bottle beer. And, actually that's what's got us through the pandemic, 24-hour bottling on Proper Job, because, fortunately there's been a huge demand for it. And it'll be great to see that coming back, in the next few weeks. So that style does work. But again, for us, we're going back with a very limited range. We will literally be just doing the 3 beers to start with: Gem, Proper Job and Tribute. So, but it will reach new and younger drinkers because everybody wants an IPA. Doesn't really matter. A bit cynical now in my old age. What's, whether it's whatever the adjective is beforehand, session, black, pink IPAs, they just sell because of those 3 letters at the end, which were, of course, a very traditional British style of beer. So.
Pete, so obviously other than slapping IPA on the label, are there other things that we could be doing in the industry? I remember, there have been studies into the temperature that cask ale served at and stuff. What are the barriers that we could possibly try and break through to help cask ale sell?
I was doing some work with this Cask Matters group just before COVID hit, and I've done quite a lot of consumer research on this, which I'll try and summarise in about a minute. But there's this sense among people. Most people go to the pub, occasionally drink cask beer, but by occasionally it's like 1 or 2 pints a year. So we have this weird thing where more and more people are drinking cask, but volume's going down because everybody's drinking more different things. So even core cask drinkers are drinking less cask than they were. And when you talk to people who have the odd pint of cask, when it's their beery mates round and he goes to the bar, they say, "Get me one of your weird funky beers," and that's when they drink cask. And they would never go and order it themselves because they don't know what to ask for and they don't know why it's different and why it's special. And there's this bit about education, but it's education in a way that matters to the consumer, not what matters to the industry. So I've sat in focus groups and explained what cask beer is, talked about live yeast, talked about secondary conditioning, and people sitting there going, "Whatever, mate. You've lost me. I don't give a shit." And we've got to find a way to describe it and talk about why it's brilliant in a way that actually matters to people. To talk about the flavour and things like that. If you read Camera's definition of cask ale out to people who aren't in Camera, they laugh in your face. They say that yeast, lower gravity, changing gravity in the cellar. What are you talking about? So we need to kind of redefine it and represent it to people in terms that are relevant to them.
We described it on the Craft Beer Channel. We've described it as sort of the fresh bread of beer, sort of that's just out the oven. It's possibly only finished conditioning quite recently, and maybe this idea of freshness, which has already been borderline fetishized in the niche craft beer movement, is something that cask ale could potentially use.
I think that's it. There's that kind of thing works a lot better. Freshness is a great concept in anything to do with food or drink. So if you talk about that, so you get to a bit like it doesn't need pasteurizing, it doesn't need filtering. That kind of stuff helps support it. But yeah, think about how other food and drink products do it and learn from them.
Yeah. And Christian, so you do a little bit of cask, but it's mostly on the keg side. Is there kind of a feeling that, because from my experience in the beer industry, all the keg focused brewers also drink and love cask and want to champion cask. Is there a responsibility or a way that predominantly keg brewers can help out the cask segment?
Absolutely. I really think there's an amazing and exciting opportunity for the industry right on our doorstep, because nobody's been in a pub for many months now. Nobody's had a pint of cask for many months. We've all had amazing IPAs. Sorry, George. We've all had amazing IPAs and double IPAs and fruit beers and sours through cans or maybe even mini kegs. and bottles, but nobody's had a true pint of cask for a very long time, and people really miss it. So I think that there's a huge opportunity for the industry, and I think it as everyone's spoken about tonight, quality and training, I think, are absolutely paramount to that. But as a keg heavy or a and I don't mean to use the word in any sort of like elitist manner, but in a so our beers are more modern style or modern versions of traditional what might have been one time traditional British or Belgian or German beers. As a modern craft brewery, I think there's an opportunity here for us and other breweries like us to produce cask beers and share that with our customers. And if bars that focus or are craft beer centric introduce some cask beer, and perhaps even I got into a funny. Sorry, I'm digressing for a second. I got into a funny little ding dong on Twitter many years ago because I was heralding how great dimpled mugs are, and I love the dimpled mug. But the reality is, as a vessel, as something to sip and appreciate a drink, something with a slight closure on the top of the glass that retains the aroma a little better, is more suited. If people were to serve cask beer in a different glass at times, perhaps present it in a way that champions its aroma and what is going on, perhaps there will be a new kind of drinker. The drinker that enjoys craft beer will be introduced into cask and discover a love for it. But just to reiterate what I say, I think there's a huge opportunity. I think people are going to go flying for cask beer in the coming months as pubs and bars reopen and offer it. And it is down to breweries and publicans to work together to make sure that those customers that their first experience back is amazing. And if it is, they'll be hooked, and they will they'll stay with it.
I guess there is this wonderful opportunity. It's not even just that everybody missing cask. It's possibly the idea that every cask that's going to be tapped from the 12th or maybe the 17th of May is going to be bang fresh. Yeah. And maybe it is an opportunity, and all we need is dimpled tekus, and we'll be away.
Do you think could it be as simple as that? Changing the glassware. Does that instantly change it in the drinker's mind?
It made Peroni.
Well, exactly. If it can make it. But like,
I think for girls, the pint is actually, apparently, quite a handful. But I've been in brewing for 25 years, so that's something I've grown up with. But I do think actually the pint is a huge barrier for people. And I think, smaller measures, different glassware, especially for ladies, would be really helpful. And I was going to say something else, but I can't remember. But there we are. So, it is definitely the pint. And also the carbonation in cask beer makes the beer far more drinkable. And I think that's another point we should be getting out there. So.
Yeah, I think anyone at home who's already, like us, onto about their fourth half dimple is aware that the carbonation really helps it.
Can't quite reach, yeah.
Ed, as a publican of many years, do you think that there is something that could be done at the point of serve that could help cask ale seem more attractive to people that have either had it and been disappointed or never given it a go for whatever reason?
I mean, I do genuinely think that ultimately it's twofold. I think it is about focusing on the quality and the quality of the dispense and the serve, and making sure that every time somebody has a pint of cask beer, it tastes awesome and delicious, and it hasn't been left on the bar for 7 days, because it's a fresh product that needs to be turned around within 3 days. And I think Pete has talked about this point before, but every time a bad pint of cask beer is served, which is far too frequently, sadly, does a tremendous disservice to the industry. So I genuinely think that the best thing that the industry could do is focus on quality of dispense and ensuring that every pint served is great. Having said that, yes, I probably do think that cask brewers could be a bit more innovative around communication and marketing. And it's an interesting discussion, and I see there's some comment on the chat thread as well about how do we communicate the merits and the quality of cask beer. And we certainly try and focus on the kind of the provenance and the quality. And in 5 Points Best, we use Marisotta, which is a heritage British malt variety, and we work really closely with a 5th generation family-owned hop farm in Kent called Hewkins Hops, and we use their Fuggle hops in our best, and we talk a lot about that. And I think that people do respond to that, the provenance, the quality, the local, and that tends to come across well.
Okay, well, we're coming up to time, so I've just got one more question for all of you, which is, we'll start with Pete. What is going to be the first pint of cask you have when you get back in the pub? What brewery or what style and where?
I'm going to answer that question from a fantasy point of view rather than a reality one, because I've got no idea what's going to be on in the pubs around me when they do reopen. If I could choose, it would be a pint of Acorn Barnsley Bitter, because that is a beer that's made for cask, and it's a beer that probably wouldn't be very good if it's not on cask, but it's a beer that shines on cask and shows you everything that cask is all about, and it's just wonderful. It's from my hometown, and if I could choose, that would be it.
And George?
Well, I sort of have two homes. So if I'm in my Bath home, it will be Gem. And the other half of the week, when I'm in Cornwall, I would probably have a tribute and then a proper job very quickly afterwards.
What about you, Christian?
Timmy Taylor's Landlord. If I can choose, if it's on and I can find it, and that will be the first pint I have.
It's for you wandering around Leeds.
Come to Whitelocks.
Ed might be able to sort me out.
Yeah, definitely.
And Ed?
I'm not, certainly Landlord, which is one of my favorite beers of all time. But I'm not just saying this because George is on the panel, but I've got strong links to the West Country. I grew up there and my parents are still down there, and I've not got down for 18 months for obvious reasons. But as Greg will know very well, both he and I spend a certain amount of time in the West Country, and a fresh pint of Tribute in cask, freshly served well in a St Austell pub down in Cornwall is a thing of beauty. I genuinely think I really love that beer, as I know Greg does as well. So I'd kill for a pint of Tribute down in the West Country right now.
And a view of the sea at the same time would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for taking part in that panel. I hope the buses liked it outside. I hope that everybody learned a little and got excited about cask ale, which will be being spread all around the country as we speak and being tapped on the 12th of April, which is so exciting. Thank you for all of your thoughts. And in the comments, we'd love to know what your first cask ale pint will be as well. So drop that in. We'll say a fine farewell to Ed and George and Christian and Pete. Please stick around and enjoy your pints. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty. So, Greg, do you want to answer that question? Are you going to be joining Ed for a pint of Tribute by the beach?
Yeah, I'd love to be. I mean, both Tribute and Landlord are two of my favourite beers, so I would happily take either of them. Or 5 Points Best.
Of course. Yeah. It's one of my favourite. I go down to Cornwall all the time. It's one of my favourite places in the world. And getting on that train, and you can have a tin of Tribute on the train, and then you get off the train and you go straight to a St Austell pub. And I think they sparkle, don't they? I think St Austell as well. We had some questions about sparklers, some arguments about sparklers in the comments. I'm pretty sure we'll get to that at some point this evening. We also had lots of questions about cask care and why it's hard. You'll be delighted to know that we do have. Is that segment next?
Yeah, it's next, mate.
That segment is next. So
what's your first pint going to be though? Before we move
oh
on to
crikey! I mean, I would love it to be a proper job. That's one of my favourite cask pints, but it will probably be back here for a best, even though I just had a half of it.
That's probably true. Mine would be a landlord or a best in a dimple teku. You heard it here first.
We're currently redesigning the craft beer channel glassware. Maybe.
I honestly think that. Well, I mean, we know how great this stuff is, but I just think it's a marketing issue for a lot of, especially craft beer drinkers. All you would need to do is just how you serve it, the glassware.
You just go one cask only.
Yeah.
Dimple teku with every order.
Yeah. And it's going to fly out the door. And the thing is, the more people drink it, the fresher it's going to be, the more barrels they get through.
That's it's the amazing thing about this issue is the more we sell, the better it gets. The more you drink,
the fresher it is.
The fresher it is. So it's an interesting battle to have, isn't it?
It is. We've just got to sort of tip over from the traditional crowd into this, resurgent craft beer crowd now. I think that could be the turning. And this is such an opportunity now with the pubs being open again. This is the time to strike. This is the time to bring out the dimple teku. And
I'm not sure this should become a thing on the craft beer channel. All right, I've got to go set up for the next segment.
You do.
But you fill in some time, and I will be back.
So I haven't said very much as of yet, guys, but that was a great round table. Thanks for everyone concerned. Some wonderful ideas there about how we bring this back and make it even more popular than it is right now. Johnny is just setting up. He's going to do a live tour of the cellar. So we're going to see how special condition here he is right now. Johnny, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Bradley. I'm here with the lovely Pete, the manager here at the Pembury Tavern, and he's going to be taking us round the cellar and showing us how to care for cask.
Let's go. First, we have to navigate the stairs. Thankfully, nice and clean, not wet.
I am several halves deep.
Okay, before I'll catch you. Right, let's start with beer cellar. We actually have two cellars here in the Pembury Tavern. Today we're going to be looking at the cask cellar. The other cellar we have the keg cellar in there, but we've got stuff. Thanks for turning the fans off so we can hear you. So yeah, our cellar and cask conditioning, what you need to know. Three things. Firstly, need to keep the cellar cool. We run our cellars at 9 degrees, so close to the standard of 11 to 14. We keep everything clean, as you can see, just painted, and we're trying to bring it every year. We make sure the lines are cleaned at least once a week when we're open. They've been cleaned about 4 times a week, just to make sure it's super sparkling. We've got all sorts of chemicals and fun stuff to make sure every little bit of the cask is clean and all that we use.
So tell me about this. So most people might not have seen a cellar before. Can you tell me? Obviously, the beer's in here, and somebody's pouring some beer right now.
The beer's in here. This is the cask switch, which what happens? Beer comes in, we keep it stacked as possible, leave it there. We then get our cask switch here, tap it into the top, leave it for. We'll leave them for about 48 hours off at the moment. If you really thorough them for 14, you'd be looking at doing 24 hours. We like to leave it a little bit longer to get that perfect pour. Once we're in, we pop it through like that, seal it off, and then the beer is taken back again.
It's like you're getting applause from the.
So what happens with this? From traditional fillage where beer's taps like that, the beer comes from the top to the bottom, and you get the oldest beer last. If you're working like that and the tap leaving there, what we do is we take the oldest beer first, beer that's had the most oxygen exposure. Take that first, so when you get the bottom, hopefully you still get the best pint beer.
Right, so it's taking the stuff at the top and the bottom just bang fresh waiting.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So we don't really get much wastage at all on that. Well, traditional fillage, you get the top of the barrel and you lose a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's our little set. Beer pumps upstairs. It goes through our APC, which is set at 7. So this has a water-cooled line. So when the beer leaves here, sits in the pipe for a couple of hours, it should still come out at
around, I think today we're around 9.5 degrees, so we serve fuel normal.
So you're measuring it up there as well and checking.
Check there as well, make sure that all the way through. It's nice and cool.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What are these?
So these are the cask beach. This is an untapped cask so far. So we're want me to do one of them you can.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that, Pete.
He's going to make me do one.
Are you going to tap one? Awesome.
Yeah, so stand back and we've been here for around 2 days, and I think it's a little bit excited. Some of the days that you get. But Johnny, your time, mate. You want me to
Blimey.
point that way?
Just make sure the tap pointing is set down.
Yeah, just point it away from me and the camera. Yep, there you go, mate.
Like a pro.
Oh, it's pointing that way.
Yeah, no, dodged that one quickly. I thought it was best to move.
I've found out what we're going to call you as a wrestling name now. From hence this day forward, you are Johnny the Hammer Garrett.
Johnny the Hammer. I'll take it. I'll take Johnny the Hammer. Except my aim is exceptionally poor.
Great thing about this sport is the drain in the middle, we can just wash it off and get it clean straight away.
Pete, you're getting so many comments about how lovely and clean and how smart your cellar is down there.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I painted it this week. But it was due, this is kind of how we like to keep it. Usually this whole area is stacked with casks, so we've got up to 20 casks in here. We like to keep about just over a week and a half stocking, and in peak winter when we're really pushing the beer out, yeah, we'll be in 2 or 3 cask capacity. So it really goes out.
And how long is it in the pub?
I had a question from Andy Topham. No auto tilts down there, Pete.
No, cask which auto tilts. I've used them in the past. They do serve a purpose, but I think if you're using a really modern cellar like this, cask which is where to go 100%.
There you go. So the beers come in not entirely ready to serve from the pub, and you sit on them for a couple of days while they re-ferment or condition. What's the exact thing happening?
I use condition. So we drink condition. I have worked in cellars before, which are a little bit warmer. 24 hours, you usually can get the beer on the bar. As I said, a little bit cooler in here. We like to run it 48 hours station, on by the time we get it up there. If it's not quite ready, we usually we'll give it another day before it goes on. So we might have to take the beer off, leave it another day, and then get it pouring.
Right. Should we go pour something delicious? Sorry about the mess.
Okay. Here we go, back on the bar. I mentioned the sparkler debate.
There was a sparkler debate. What's your view on the sparkler?
Well, here at Five Points we have made the decision that any beers that are brewed in the south are best. So without sparkler, if we get anything from up north, we've got sparkler on it. As we feel tradition dictates.
Go. Let geography decide.
Okay, so full pint this time.
Full pint, Pete.
Oh, look at that.
So you see lots of different pouring techniques when it comes to casks. Should the nozzle always be under?
If you're looking at a swan neck, yeah, get the nozzle to the bottom and pull it all the way through, especially with the sparkler. And then if you just let that settle.
That's naughty.
Should. Right, so there you can see, when you're looking at it, you can see the head's going to finish about there. So we're roughly going to be about down here by the time it's settled on this round, and then just a quick top up and that'll be ready to go.
You might not know the answer to this, but why does it go down? So it is going down,
yes,
and settling out, and you're just left with the head. It feels like the head should be at the bottom because the bubbles are going down.
I don't know the answer to that one.
It's like wire clouds in the sky.
Okay, so there's a little bit of it overflow, a little bit in the drip tray. That should, fingers crossed,
got my maths right, that should work out quite nicely.
If you haven't, I won't show it. And then alrighty. Well, thank you so much for the tour, Pete. You keep a beautiful cellar. You really do. And you pour a beautiful pint.
A little bit more.
Pete, we're getting so many comments here about how pornographic your pint. That is the most erotic thing anyone has seen in about a year.
Did we put 18 plus on this video, Brad? I'm not sure we did.
We should have gone on an OnlyFans for this video, I think. The level of sexiness that's going on right now. Wow.
Bradley, you hang tight. I'm going to bring a pint over and I'll be back in 2 secs.
Can't wait, mate. See you in a sec. Greg, I guess you're kind of used to that, but it's cool to see that. And I think it's made a lot of people genuinely excited about getting back in the pub.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, it was my worked in pubs and bars most of my sort of adult life, and sort of working in pubs where they have someone who was dedicated in the cellar, knew what they were doing, loved what they were doing. That was really what got me passionate about beer. Yeah. Seeing that love and care taking over Cask Ale and tasting it every day, and making sure it is in good condition, and making sure that, you know, it's being turned over in that 3-day maximum period we've been talking about. That really inspired me to get into it.
Definitely. Oh, you've got one for yourself. Yeah, but nobody else. What? Anyway, let's cheers. That was great. I think
cheers.
You know, cheers. we want more kind of cellar viewings going forward on live streams.
I mean, I think most cellars usually have a bit more beer in. But yeah,
maybe not at the moment.
No, probably not at the moment. Certainly, saw these signs going around like no cash or beer kept on the premises, which is probably true. I just see somebody saying OnlyFans. Okay, this is not the direction the craft beer channel is intending to go. Thank you so much for the tour, Pete, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. I've never seen the floaty. What did he call it?
What's it called?
Cask Witch.
Cask Witch. I mean, okay, I get it, because witches floated when they were drowned. Like the witch finders would try and drown a lady, and if she didn't drown, she was a witch.
You might be on something.
So that's surely that's why it's called a witch.
He might well be. Right, so we're moving on to our next segment, which is a little rerun. Here's one we prepared earlier of a video that we made in about June last year when we were a bit young into the pandemic. And I was really missing Cask Ale. I was missing going to my favourite local pub. And I decided to brew a Cask Ale at home and indeed buy a beer engine. So we're going to watch that in a couple of minutes. But first, I'd love to know your story of getting into beer. Was there homebrew involved at any point?
Yeah, so I have one major homebrew experience under my belt, which was when I was about 16, and a friend and I fermented one of those just sort of boil in a bag type things in essentially a big bucket, and it was disgusting. We were literally having to add teaspoons of sugar when we were opening it to drink it, to make it drinkable.
Oh wow!
It was
like a Gers in the early 1900s.
Yeah, it was not. I wouldn't say it inspired me into beer. I was just saying to Brad that one of the things that really got me into beer was working in pubs with people that were looking after the cellars properly, and sort of, you know, that taking the care and attention that was needed for Cask Ale. And that's when I really started to fall in love with it. It was sort of seeing how nuanced it could be, and the amount of different points in the process, from arriving in a pub, that sort of becomes part of it.
And so you took the decision at some point to go, hey, I want to make this stuff.
Yeah.
So you went from zero to working in a brewery.
Pretty much, yeah. I was actually working as a chef at the time, and I went down to see what was going on at East London Brewing, which is not far from here, and got chatting with the owner. And next thing I knew, I was there on a couple of brew days and just having a look around and really interested and keen. And before I knew it, I had a part-time job, a full-time job, and haven't looked back.
And that brewery still makes like great traditional, more traditional
beer,
stuff in East London. Yeah. Oh, amazing. And so how did you meet Ed?
So Ed, one of the pubs I worked in actually was Ed's pub, and I was there for a long time, and that was where I was chef actually. So I was assistant general manager there and looking after the cellar and organising beer festivals, and then the chef there, and then I had this opportunity to go and brew and took that, and then we sort of reconvened a couple of years later, and Ed had always wanted to open the brewery, and obviously that's a dream as well. So yeah.
I remember the first video we ever did together must have been 2014 maybe. It was you had derailed porter, your Bretted porter, which I think was the first time you released it, and we met in the Rake and
that's right, yeah,
and had a couple of them and did a very bad video. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. I hesitate to tell origin stories on Craft Beer Channel because people will look back and I'm thinner, have more hair, but I'm very bad at presenting. Do you still make the derailed porter?
We do, yeah.
So it's still knocking around?
One of the last beers we packaged before lockdown last year was actually derailed. So it's still, and it ages beautifully. I mean, we've got some that are 3 years old plus, but so we've got what will be this year's is sort of coming up for release at some point soon. Yeah.
Amazing. So we'll get more into the history and the story behind 5 Points when we get to our brew tour, which I believe is see, this is why we need these things attached under the camera, and then we look professional.
8 p.m. Johnny.
8 p.m. Thank you, Bradley. 8 p.m. So we're going to see the new brewery and a brew day of best, and then another interview with Greg. So we'll save the stories for then, and get some questions about that stuff afterwards. But now we're going to move to my homebrewing experience. This was the first homebrew I think I'd done on my own. So we'd done a couple on the channel together before, and I'd done a couple with a friend called Robin, who was a decent brewer, very scientific mind, which is not where my mind usually is. And so it was a real risk, A, making this beer, B, deciding to re-ferment it in plastic bags, and C, just letting me loose with a brew kit. But we haven't really looked back, and we've got so much more homebrew content coming.
I mean, to be honest, it's such a phenomenal video. I think you sort of came into yourself as a brewer in the process of making it, buying a beer engine and everything, like early days in the lockdown, when we, it's unfathomable how much we all miss the pub now. But even at that point, it's like, oh my God, I just need a pub pint.
The intro you'll see, like, obviously it's me on camera being professional, but my actual face every time I walked past the Southampton Arse, my favourite pub, was just thunder. Like, I couldn't believe, the pubs hadn't shut I don't think even shut during the Blitz, Like, so it was completely alien to me to not be able to walk into these pubs. And I've said on many occasions, I miss Cask more than people. So, yeah, I'm not sure whether my wife would really agree. I think she misses people. And she also, what did make it into the video is the fact that when I attached the Cask ale pump to our coffee table, I put a giant dent in the coffee table. Oof. Massive dent, which is still there. So there's a new coffee table on the Craft Beer Channel happening at some point. So let's dive into the video. I know you guys might have seen it. I think I saw a comment saying they watched it this morning, so apologies to that person. But yeah, it's been pushing a year since we made it. About halfway through it, we'll cut back to us ever so briefly due to a technical fault, but we're used to those in this this particular live stream, so bear with us. It'll only take a second to fix. But yeah, this is me attempting to brew 5 Points Best at home at the height of lockdown. Pretty much since lockdown begun, every single day I've been going for a walk on the lovely Hampstead Heath, or even a jog if I'm feeling that way inclined. And that means that pretty much every single day I've been walking past the best pub in the world and been unable to go in. See, the Southampton is my local, and it's a reminder not just of the late nights, the jazz piano, the pub quizzes. It's also a reminder of what I miss most about the pubs being closed, which is real ale. It's that gorgeous creamy head, it's that amazing fresh bread aroma, it's the tingle on your tongue of that light carbonation, and you just can't get that at home via mail order or even just brewing it yourself at home. Like, I'm never going to get the perfect recipe, I'm never going to brew it perfectly, I'm never going to be able to condition it in a secondary cask to get that perfect amount of carbonation. Or could I? If I'm going to pull off traditionally served cask ale at home, I've got a lot of work and a lot of research to do. The reason for that, and if you don't know what real ale is, there's a video coming up one of these sides now, is because I've got to create my own carbonation. So that means fermenting in a secondary container under pressure, which forces that carbonation into the beer. On top of that, I've got to find and connect up a traditional hand pull lever. I don't know where I'm going to get that from or how to connect it, so that's something I've got to add to the list. But all of that comes before the fact that I've got to find a recipe that I love and want to create and that a brewery will give me. So I've been thinking about all of my favourite recipes, things like Harvey's Best, Timothy Taylor, and I came up with 5 Points Best. Now, last autumn, we did a video with 5 Points, who are an amazing modern and cask ale brewer, and we went down to Hewkins hops, where they're experimenting with lots of different British hops and also traditional ones like Fuggles, EKG. And we followed them as they made a wet hopped version. And we became friends with Greg. And Greg has agreed to give me his best recipe. And even more importantly, he's agreed to talk me through how I'm going to go about that.
You know, it took us, I think, 6 years before we sort of released our first sort of classic English style best bitter. But we talked about it and joked about it. We weren't sure how it would be received. So we just sort of kept it on a back burner. And then finally the time came and came up with the recipe. We trialed a few different hop varieties and then we settled on Fuggle, and sort of the rest has been history. Been out for just about a year now, and it's phenomenal how well it's been received.
So what can you tell me about this recipe? So it's quite a deep amber colour and very bitter. So what am I going to have to be putting in?
So start with low colour Marisotta as your base malt. In terms of percentages of what we use 88% of that. We use 4% malted wheat, 4% amber malt, and 4% of a medium crystal malt.
I'm just doing my math. It adds up to 100. So that's
yeah, I hope so. You want to be adding about 50 grams at the start of the boil of Fuggle, 30 grams for your scale, 15 minutes before the end of the boil.
Yeah.
And then finally 80 grams when you take it off the boil.
Flame out.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably going to take you a while to stir that in, but you'll get there. Yeast. So we use a White Lab strain in our best, which is WLP013. It's a sort of English strain, and it does actually add quite a lot of character.
Burton profile. White Lab 13.
Yeah.
8% Maris, 4%, 3 other fun things. 68 degrees mash. All the Fuggles. Try pouring out of a plastic cask.
Exactly.
What could go wrong?
It'll be fine.
The next step is getting the ingredients, and I'm going to get those and the yeast that Greg suggested. I'm going to get that from Malt Miller, who I always use when I homebrew. But for the hops, I had a chat with Ross Hewkins. He's very happy to send me some, and he's actually launching his own web shop so that homebrewers can buy some. So I'm going to get some award-winning Fuggles direct from Hewkins that I'll use in the brew, and I need quite a lot of them according to Greg's recipe. That's a problem for future Johnny. Let's get these ingredients ordered. Okay, so the ingredients are here. It is brew day. So I've got my fresh Fuggles in from Hewkins hops. We're taken on a veritable tour of British maltsters because we've got Warminster's floor malted wheat, we've got crisp amber malt, we've got crisp crystal malt, and then we've got Simpson's Marisotta. We've got an original gravity, hopefully, of 1.045, which is going to end up at 1.013, which is roughly within the parameters of Greg's beer. The surprising thing is it's going to be at 40 IBU, which is both very high for a British bitter, but also not quite as high as I kind of thought it would be, given how bitter this recipe is, how much bite and tingle there is. But I've already had 3 coffees, so I'm well versed in brewing today. I think it's time to get this water heating and get our brew on. So we've mashed and we've sparged and we're just coming up to the boil. I have never seen a protein break the likes of the one I saw on this beer. It was somewhere between two tectonic plates moving apart and bread baking in the oven. We very nearly had a boil over, so I had to stir. I was filming. At some point, I just went, nah, I'm going to stir that. But now it's bubbling away happily. I just about missed my original gravity, as you can see here. So we're just going to let it boil off for a little bit to try and gain some gravity points. However, it's hop time, it's fuggle time, it's time for that fug life. So as I said, these came direct from Hewkins hops down in Kent. Soft, floral, orangey, kind of marmaladey. And a nice spicy, earthy thing as well going on. Not too much earth, like, you know, we know British hops, they're not as citric, they're not as, you know, perhaps kind of in your face as American hops, but there's a gorgeous, gorgeous aroma to that shouldn't be dismissed, and it's going to be a big part of what this beer is. So the first huge addition is going to be 50 grams of fuggles at the start of the boil, or 10-15 minutes in once I boiled off some points. And that's going to be 50 grams of this lovely hop, which is hundreds of years old. It's the parent of Cascade. So in many ways, it's almost the parent of the American brewing revolution, because that came from sort of the invention of hops like Cascade and the use of it in Liberty Ale or Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. So the boil's on, which gives me about 40 minutes, just under, to work out how the hell I'm going to serve this on cask in my own home. So Greg and I had a little chat about that. In terms of making a real ale, so from the fermentation onwards, what's different to making a keg beer?
When we're daily monitoring the gravity of the beer, once we see it sort of 2 or 3 points above terminal gravity, we'll kick the chilling in, which then will sort of halt the fermentation.
So that's when I'll put it into whatever I'm going to be pulling the beer out of.
Exactly, yeah.
What am I going to pull the beer out of, Greg?
Well, we need to have a bit of a brainstorm about this. I mean, I think we've got a few options. You want to serve it through a sparkler, right?
Yeah.
In the traditional 5 points way, the recommended way.
Let's not get into that. Let's
we'll put that to one side.
Now, the first challenge, and the one that could just scupper me right here, is I need to find a traditional hand pull. So I'm hoping there's going to be one on the internet that isn't being used by a pub anymore, or perhaps it was excess stock or something. So first, I'm going to hunt for that. So it turns out getting a cask ale pump is not that hard. There's lots of professional websites that will just sell me one as if I'm a pub, but they cost a good couple of £100. So I've actually found a renovated one on eBay, just over £100 delivered. And I think it's even aimed at people who might want to use it at home. It comes with cables. I don't know what I'm going to connect it to yet, but that seems like the absolute best option. So with that on its way, I've got to find something to connect it to, and that's the bigger challenge. So I need something that I can actually ferment in. It's not going to be doing a huge amount of fermentation, but it's going to take us down a couple of gravity points and just naturally add sparkle to that beer. Tiny bits of carbon dioxide that will make the beer fizzy, give it its head, give it its flavour, give it its body. Gonna need beer. Despite several beers, I was totally stuck, so I called the most practical man I know. I can't believe that's Brad.
Hey man, how's it going? How's the brew day going, more importantly?
The brew day is, I've missed some numbers, but I've fixed it, it's going all right. The main issue I have, the reason I'm calling is because I'm a bit stumped on what's going to happen afterwards. So I've got to pick what I'm going to do my secondary fermentation in. And Greg and I had a chat, and I've been thinking through, like, he offered to give us a proper steel pin. People can't do that at home, so I'm not going to do that. We don't all have Greg in our lives. The corny keg thing, like, would be great, but I'd have to attach gas to it and feed gas in or oxygen in so that it comes out. That's really technical and complicated. the plastic fermenter, which we did our first ever homebrew on together, that leaked, so I don't want to use those.
Let's do some out of the box thinking. Or what about in the box thinking? I'm just thinking back to my days in Kent when I used to go to a lot of micro pubs pre-lockdown. And these guys, they're like converted shops. They don't have cellars and stuff. They're literally using bag and box in a cold room, and they're just pulling it through a line. And there's no the pressure is the bag is like containing everything, so you don't have to pump gas into it or anything, right?
Yeah, you're just sucking it out. That should work. So long as I can get hold of empty bagging boxes, like I feel like maybe I'll have to buy 50 minimum, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah, why not?
Good call, Brad.
So I've just managed to get 3 10-litre bagging boxes with cool branding on the box for a couple of quid each. So given that Brad lives in Kent, given that my hops came from Kent, that should have been my first option really, shouldn't it? Well, I don't know if any other homebrewers feel the way that I do at the end of a homebrew day, which is mental and physical exhaustion, and I haven't even cleaned up yet. But the beer is in tank. It's going to start fermenting, hopefully super quick. It's a warm day, as I've discovered to my cost, so we should see some pretty quick action. And then I'll be monitoring the gravity, which finally did hit, 1 point short of what I was hoping for. Happy with that. And we should see a big, quick drop-off where we can get this into the secondary stuff. My only concern now is, will it be so quick that the bag in boxes don't arrive before it's ready to go? Fingers crossed.
Welcome back. We have not been lazy. Well, no, we've been lazy, sorry, but other people have not been. And we now have an amazing array of pizzas and beers, 9 beers in front of us. I'm currently quintuple parked.
Me too, mate.
I don't know what the rules are at that point if we're doing drinking rules, but it probably doesn't end well. So we're about to indulge in probably our favourite topic in the world.
Pizza and beer matching.
Pizza and beer matching.
Come on.
Yeah. So I really hope that you guys maybe got a pizza in for tonight, or maybe are planning to have one very soon and use what you're about to learn, because it's definitely not just for us that we're doing this. So what we've got is 3 beers. We've got the pale, we've got the porter, and we've got the best. And then we've got 3 incredible pizzas from Ace Pizza, who do the food here. Shall I tell you what we've got? Would that help you guys?
Yeah, let's tell us. I'll hold them up to a bit closer so we can see everybody. This is the double pepperoni.
Oh my God,
Johnny, tell us about it.
It's double pepperoni, mozzarella, pecorino, oregano, sesame crust.
So it sounded like you were rapping then.
I thought I was doing the Macarena.
Yeah. So
double pepperoni, mozzarella, pecorino, oregano, sesame crust, double pepperoni. Never mind.
What have we got next?
I don't even know what you picked up. A salad. It looks like a salad.
It's a salad pizza.
Don't you? House-made
No,
vegan and tender stem broccoli. No, it's the other one. Pesto and mushroom. Portobello mushroom, bechamel, mozzarella, pesto. We said mozzarella. That's just one mozzarella.
Is that like singular for mozzarella?
Exactly. There's some cavallonero on that as well.
And this guy.
We have the house-made vegan andouille, tender stem broccoli, vegan mozzarella by the Black Arts, red onion, rosemary, garlic oil, and a sesame crust.
My God. I mean, I wish there was smell-o-vision. We say this often, but these are incredible pizzas. I think these are some of my favourite pizzas in London.
They are amazing. And if you live within, what's the delivery? 2 miles.
2 miles. If in the whole world you live within 2 miles of the Pembo,
But it might not be 2 miles, given Greg's face when he said that to me. It could be any number of miles. You can order this during lockdown, and obviously come here yourself. So, guys, what I suggest is, let's start. We haven't talked about the pale yet at all.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about the pale ale? Because we were talking in the round table about how American styles might not work so well, but this is American style beer.
I think as they were saying on the panel, this was definitely a beer that was designed with cask in mind. Now, it's not exclusively available on cask; it is in bottle and can and keg as well. But it was the first beer we ever brewed, first beer we ever packaged. It's the recipe has evolved very slightly over the 8 years we've been going. But yeah, it's a sort of American pale ale meets a British pale ale, hopped with Citra and Amaranth.
Mm-hmm. So it's like a West Coast American pale ale. It's definite caramel, citrus.
That's right, yeah.
But when you get the kind of caramel edge and citrus, you end up with something that feels a little bit juicy.
Yeah.
Yeah, particularly on cask where it seems less bitter. That's not a different recipe. That's just the presentation.
It's a temperature thing. Yeah.
Oh, it's a temperature thing as well.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So if it's a little bit warmer, it tends to feel less bitter because the sweetness comes through.
It comes through a bit more. Yeah, exactly. Right. And carbonation also helps bitterness come through a bit as well.
There you go. There you go. Right, you guys dig in. We're going to start with the pale and the pep.
Let's do it.
Pepperoni. We had a few, just before we went live with the homebrew video, we had a super chat from Dan Story. Apologies for missing that. But the old Greg origin story, or you put the old Greg, I think that's a very different story to the story we'll be getting from Greg as we go through this. But thank you so much for supporting the channel. So, beer and food matching. Firstly, I'll say there is no rules, right? There are no rules of engagement, but there are some things you can do to perhaps enhance your experience. So the first thing to remember is you need to match intensity. So if you've got something that's going to taste really big, whether it's a barley wine or whether it's a pepperoni pizza, you need something that's going to roughly match that level of intensity. There's no point really having a giant, really spicy curry with a lager. It might be a relief, but in terms of matching, it's not necessarily going to work. So we're going to bear that in mind. And then we have the notions of comparing and contrasting. So if you've got a sweet flavor, you could pair it with a sweet beer, and that could work really nicely. But if you've got something really sweet, maybe more sweetness would be bad. So you could contrast it with something sour. So you could add some acidity to that and balance it out. What I wouldn't recommend is sweet and bitter, because if you've ever had, like, I don't know, you go to a pub, you have the main meal, you haven't finished your beer and the pudding arrives, and then you end up having a best bitter or a porter with like a fruit salad. Very quickly that beer becomes incredibly bitter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of maybe like Haribo Tangfastic Sweet is just sort of like sour bitterness with a sweetness. It's like too much.
It'd be too much. Yeah, beer and Haribo Tangfastics. Never gonna work.
So it's all about it can be about either having a beautiful harmonious union or setting things that sort of counteract each other and start a party.
Or a massive clash.
Yeah.
So here we're comparing a little bit. We've got some sweet caramels in the beer that's going to go with the tomato, that's going to go with the kind of sweet fattiness of the meat, but then we've got citrus that's going to cut through it. We've got citrus that's going to cut through the cheese. And then beer and pizza is just great because they're both kind of almost not fermented, but one's risen and one's fermented, which does have booze.
Do you never really thought about that before? But yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. They're both kind of like bread.
Exactly.
Really. So
there was we did what's the name of your favorite pizza man in the world? Frank.
Frank from the pizza show
from Best Pizza and Pizza Show on Vice.
Yeah.
He's made a Brett dough pizza before.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He was super excited when he met us. He was like, "I've made a Brett dough." When you're in this pub and do you get the pepperoni often? Is that your pizza of choice?
Yeah, I mean they're all delicious, but the double pepper's a great one. Yeah, and like eating it when you're drinking the pale now, and like it really does. That's the bitterness that is there definitely cuts through that sort of delicious fat from the pepperoni.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful match. I think also the porter would probably work with this as well. You could add some charred notes to the meat and stuff like that. The best though, I think, would be a bit too soft. Probably for something that's really meaty,
smoky pepper.
and rich. a smoky pep.
That actually really works with the porter because I don't know if you can see this, guys, but no, I'm way too far away from camera. Reach on. Oh, it's not going to focus, is it?
There you go.
On the cross there, that is burnt sesame seeds, which are just giving a really beautiful sort of smoky, charred nuttiness, which is in the porter, the sweetness of the porter. Smokiness, beautiful, lovely.
Absolutely. So we've also got over here, we've got the broccoli and andouille and vegan mozzarella.
Yeah.
Which is kind of nuts, which we're sort of trying to put with the best for that kind of. What I really love about the best, and we talk about this later in the video, is that oakiness.
Yeah. That
you mentioned that I always assumed came like being woodiness from the hops, but it's from the yeast.
Yeah.
And that's going to be really, really nice, I think, with the broccoli and with the earthy, spicy andouille.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Somebody's done a super chat to ask about sprinklers. I think. Do you mean sprinklers as in like on a lawn, or sparklers as in on a beer, or do you call them sprinklers up north?
I mean, I definitely don't need to use sprinklers on a lawn up north because it rains so bloody much, right?
Yeah, particularly on the west. Yeah. Please clarify for us, Matt, and we will come back to that. I promise. Maybe not during the pizza segment, but we will come back to sprinklers and sparklers. We'll answer both to be sure.
I'm not sure I can say much about sprinklers.
I could talk about sprinklers. I spent all of my childhood running through sprinklers during water fights, and I say all of my childhood, just the summers.
Well, even in dead winter, you just
running
through frozen sparkler.
Got my board shorts on, running through sprinklers.
You're one of those guys who wears shorts all year round.
Talked about that in our podcast. I don't know what's happening. Cool. So we're going to go for this one with the porter. I realise you haven't. You guys, have you finished your slice?
Have you finished your slice already?
I haven't had a slice yet.
You haven't had a slice. I was
busy presenting.
How have you eaten a slice? Talks non-stop. He hasn't.
It would be quite a skill.
I mean, that's a great match. Are we allowed to talk about it yet? Do you want to talk about how we do a tasting? What we do? What is the process?
Okay, you give the process. I'll have my slice.
I'm no bloody good at the process.
Do the process, Bradley.
I would say we have a little drink, have a little sniff, a little drink. Get a mouthful. Let it go around your mouth while you've still got it. Take a bite. Combine them. Then go back in for a second mouthful. Wash it down.
Why'd you do that, Bradley?
Setting off all of your olfactory system and everything. Get it all going. Get it all working. See how it works together. You want to try the beer first, then reinforce it with the food. Then come back to the beer and see if it's sort of developed.
And use it to wash it away as well.
That's it.
It's an important thing that beer has over wine, I think. Wine can refresh the palate, particularly white wine, but beer can wash it clean.
Indeed.
Leave it sinless for the next bit of naughtiness.
Next slice of greasy pizza.
It was sexy till then. So this vegan one. This vegan mozzarella is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I've never had it. I've never tried vegan mozzarella.
Grab yourself a slice.
Yeah.
I want to say, I shouldn't have told you it was vegan mozzarella.
Well, you could have. We could
have done a blind taste test.
I need to get a bit cheesy there. Okay. Thanks, Greg. Do you want a bit, Johnny? Of course you do.
Yeah, of course. Oh, God, it's the biggest slice. So that's just going on top. Hey, Brad, what does this remind you of?
My lasagna.
Your lasagna philosophy.
Yeah.
In that what do you think of this as a life philosophy? Okay, Greg. You can add a pizza to a pizza, and you've just got two pizzas.
Two pizzas.
If you add,
you can add as many layers of lasagna to a lasagna. So you could add another lasagna to the top of the lasagna, and you still just have lasagna.
Yeah, that's blowing my mind.
It's never ending, right? Where is the limit of a lasagna? It could be 100 layers deep. In fact, someone sent me, I think it was 100 layer deep or 500 layer deep lasagna, which looked incredible.
And what did you learn? Where does this philosophy land people?
That lasagna is infinite, but pizza is for life. Pizza is every day.
Surely lasagna's for.
Basically, I like eating pizza more than I like eating lasagna. But lasagna has no limits, whereas pizza doesn't have any limits either because it's great. I could eat pizza every day and never get bored of pizza.
Here's a question for you: what if you get a lasagna and then you put moussaka on top? Does it become a lusaka, or do you then have a lasagna on top of a moussaka, or a musagna?
I think it's a musagna.
Yeah, I mean,
I like a lusaka though. That sounds like a sort of loser sort of meal, doesn't it? Sounds like a bit negative for lusaka. Lazaka. I don't know. We've gone off on a tangent already, Johnny. This is not the witching hour yet. We need to keep on topic.
Yeah. So please ignore my pile of pizza.
I need to. We haven't held this up to the camera, so I need to show everyone at home.
I think our Patreon subscription is worth it. Just
come on, focus. Oh, it's because Greg's face.
Get it in the way of Greg's face, and then it will go.
There we go. Now look at that. That is fake mozzarella. Mozzarella, maybe. I don't know what they call it. With some brock on there as well.
You need to copyright mozzarella right now.
Come on.
You've just broadcast it to 270 people.
Oh, shit!
Well, I mean, this has been very productive for us. I don't know about you guys at home. The comments have, they've dried up. Actually, no, wait. Dan Freeman agrees that the Brad lasagna analogy is the most philosophical thing I've ever heard. I think is what he said there. Wait. Chris Stonham's weighed in. Last week, I had a steak and ale pie pizza complete with gravy and pie crust.
What?
It was phenomenal. Chris, where did you get this from?
The north, definitely the north.
So did you have tomato? Or was it gravy? Was there cheese? Was it a stuffed crust? Did you put more gravy on top? That's all my questions.
Were you dreaming? This sounds like something of pure fantasy. What was it? A steak and what? Gravy pizza?
Steak and ale pie pizza complete with gravy and pie crust.
Oh, pie crust. Okay, so it could be like, I reckon it's like a deep pan Chicago style. It's essentially a pie anyway, right? Without a crust on top.
Yeah, pie without a top.
Yeah. So yeah, that could work.
Pastry or dough, though.
Pastry or dough. Ooh. He's saying it's dough.
Maybe it's pastry underneath. Maybe it's dough underneath, and then you top it with pastry.
Surely never the twain shall meet. How does that work? Would they fuse together? Would they get stronger? Is it like when you you make sort of a samurai sword and you sort of keep folding the iron and it becomes some incredibly strong?
Chris Stoneham has replied, the gravy was the sauce, no tomato. Yes, there was cheese. From Asda's pizza counter.
You've lost me now. I've seen those pizzas. How was the gravy staying on top of the pizza?
I don't know, but he says the sauce was phenomenal. Right there. Black and white with a bit of blue.
The sauce was phenomenal.
Chris
Stoneham, okay. I've got an Asda very close to me with a pizza counter. I'm going there tomorrow, mate. I'll report back.
Brad's hangover, our content tomorrow will be purely pizza pie based. I mean, because they call it a pizza pie.
They do call it.
We can't blame them. Society's set as they're up for this.
It's logical.
This madness. It's logic. That's what it is. It's definitely logical.
It's pure logic.
So we just had 2 super chats. Bear with me. So Matt Allen says, I meant sparkler and I spent £7 making a fool of myself.
Not the first. I mean, I've done that before as well.
Feel no shame. Yeah, we've all spent a lot more money to make fools of ourselves. But you haven't. Feel no shame. We will come to that question. I absolutely promise. It's just we need to get over the pizza pie thing first, and we will come to it. And then Ben from Filmbusters says, I tried to invest in 5 Points many years ago. He just wanted a pizza of the action.
Oh, come on, Ben.
You're barred. See, now we're getting into Asda's. Unless Asda are going to stump up for a pro Patreon, I'm not sure we can keep supporting their pizza stands.
Other supermarket gravy-based pizzas are available.
I'm not sure they are, Brad.
No, they're really not.
So there we go. Anyway, so what did we think of the best with the Nduja? What do you think of the vegan mozzarella?
Yeah, I think it tastes very mozzarella-y.
Yeah.
I like the brock on there as well. I thought that was a nice touch.
It's a nice sort of, hey, I'm healthy.
Yeah.
Look at me.
How do you address the healthiness, Johnny? Sauce, I reckon. that's how you get back to the non-healthy.
Oh, it needs a dressing, right?
Maybe. I think this is garlic mayo. Maybe this is
Yeah,
crack sauce.
That's crack sauce for sure.
I like crack sauce on my pet pizza.
I didn't get any respect for that joke.
We just moved straight past it. What was
It
the joke?
needs a dressing. Because it needed a dressing, and it was a dressing.
To be honest, it went shot straight clean over my head.
Wasted on this channel.
I was just thinking about the crack sauce because it is like crack. Give me the crack sauce. Give me it.
You've got it. It's
I've
there.
got it there. I've got it. I'm getting too
Typical
excited.
Brad, always wanting more crack sauce.
So it's like, I think it's mayo and some sort of like
Sriracha.
sriracha.
Yeah.
It's just well good. It's great. It's great stuff. But I've not tried it with this pizza. Maybe it's good with the mozzarella.
Somebody's picked up. I don't eat pizza from the side. Brad eats pizza from the side. I eat pizza from the front. Evidence is it? What's happened to this live stream, Brad?
We've been derailed.
We've been entirely derail-ported. I think that's a great match with that. I think it's really good because broccoli's got an earthiness to it as well that I can't quite describe.
And the vegan andouille as well has that sort of spicy, earthy garlic.
Absolutely. If only the mozzarella was smoked as well, then it would be a real party. So I've also got some salad on bread if anybody wants to try some. This is our final match for this segment, which is, I mean, this segment's been going on about as long as lockdown at this point. So this is the mushroom pesto mozzarella, as I said, confit garlic oil.
Wow. So we've started off with a red pizza, then I'm not quite sure. A vegan pizza, then a white pizza.
Then a white pizza. Generally, white pizzas are an abomination to all men, but
not this one.
Not this one.
I do. There's a white pizza I like. I think it's from Pizza East that has broccoli and some sort of nice sausage on it. Real good.
Is Pizza East still a thing?
Probably not. It was years ago. Greg, would you like to indulge in a slice? Have you got any room for any more pizza?
No, not really. No.
We did eat pizza before we came on air as well, so we are maxed out on the pizza front.
A wonderful amount of garlic, by which I mean loads of garlic. That's super nice. So you need something really big, and here we're going to get something really roasty and umami-esque in the porter.
Yeah.
So we've actually compared with all of these. Thinking about it, we haven't gone for a big contrast. I've forgotten which beer I'm on. Where are we? There's the porter.
Yeah, it's giving it. It's bringing out the sort of meatiness of the mushroom, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's making it feel more steaky. There's also the porter is enhancing the burnt crust bottom as well, which is quite nice. So actually, with this match, maybe it's a shade too much, but if we put some sweeter sauce like the crack on, that could be amazing. Now people are just listening to us eat. I apologise. This is the railway porter. Yes, we will have some stout porter a little bit later on. Oh, I love pizza. We should have started the pizza channel, really, shouldn't we?
Should have done. It's never too late, Johnny.
Maybe we could call it the carb and beer channel.
Yeah.
Still CBC.
Okay.
And we can introduce pizza,
pasta,
lasagna.
We just have a live stream of a man making lasagna that never ends.
I think just every episode we just add another layer to a lasagna that's just in the corner.
Ooh.
And see at what point it stops being a lasagna and starts being a health
It comes
hazard.
alive. It's alive because it's been there for so long. It's become a sentient being.
There you go. Also, yeah, I'm aware that possibly our microphones are picking up our chewing. So, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Pizza ASMR is not what you guys signed up for tonight. I apologise.
Eating noises really wig me out, like big time.
What about your own ones?
Even that annoys me.
You're just furious every time you eat.
I'm so angry. And my jaw's been clicking throughout the whole of lockdown, which infuriates my girlfriend. Every time I chew, it's like click,
is it a stress thing?
I have no idea.
It's just started clicking as soon as. Is it an unknown side effect of COVID?
Who knows, mate? What's all this talk about COVID? We're a COVID-free pub situation. Right?
We are. People asking what the salad is. It was rocket. Pepperiness is nice rocket, with this. Yeah.
Best pizza, best match.
I mean, it's the pepperoni and the pale.
It's got to be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, maybe with some kind of chutney, that last match would have been amazing, but it just tipped over into too savoury.
Too savoury. I do think it was really great, because I'm not a big vegetarian pizza guy or a white pizza guy, but, with the porter there, bringing out the sort of steakiness of the mushrooms, it raised the game for me. So I think maybe that was actually a really good combo for something I wouldn't normally get myself. It surprised me and it surpassed my expectations.
I think there's a lot of cynicism around food and drink matching generally. People are like, how much difference does it make? Is it just a way of selling the drink? Is it just a way of creating marketing? Assets, just like, well, have a beer with a pizza next to it and then say, look, these go together. But genuinely, I feel like the best way to educate people about it is to show them really bad matches. Look how it ruined those things. And it's actually remarkably easy to do, like with having a lager with a treacle toffee pudding in a pub. You just go, that is rancid together. And actually, all three of those, at the very least, didn't ruin either thing, which can be a risk when you're having something big flavour.
100%, mate.
There you go.
It's a pizza success right here, as far as I'm concerned.
Is that a pun? I can't
it's
see
a
it.
Pizza. No, a piece of. Move on.
I don't want it. I want to milk this. Come on, Pete.
It's worth a piece of our time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll go with that one. I enjoyed that.
I know we've spent a while doing this, but it was worth a piece of our time.
Are we still running on time? I don't know whether it might be time for the Brew Day and Brewery tour. I think we can move on to the Brewery tour. So before we get fully into the tour, you guys used to be pretty much opposite this pub.
Yeah, until not very long ago.
Yeah. So we don't talk too long about the old site in the video that's about to be shown. So let's dig into that. Like that was your first site?
It was our first site, yeah. First and until recently our only site, yeah. I mean, we had the where the brewery is now, which is further down Mare Street, about a mile from here. We've had that as sort of warehousing and offices for about 4 or 5 years now, but we never we didn't have like a long-term lease on it to do any sort of major works that would be needed to install the brewery down there. But with COVID hitting and various other things going on, it felt like the right opportunity to up sticks and move down the road and create a home where we're all under one roof and big happy family.
Like Toys R Us.
It's that Toys R Us died a death. So
oh god, not like Toys R Us.
Nothing like Toys R Us. So I mean, that space was. I mean, it was a beautiful space, and we've covered it on the channel.
Yeah.
But all of that beauty had its negatives, like the cobbled street up to it and the low ceilings.
I mean, it's it's sort of a nice romantic idea to have a brewery in a railway arch in Hackney and up at the end of a cobbled street, but the reality was that over time it came with its issues, and like access up the little narrow lane was an issue, and we sort of we outgrew it essentially as well, and there was only so much we could do with it there, and we made the most of it, and always sort of walk past it obviously regularly from here down to the Mare Street site. But,
is it going to be weird, like where you walk past an old house, you're like, wonder who lives there now? You're going to be like, what's going to be in there, because the rent was going up as well, so it feels like there's going to be a big change of what's in the railway arches of London.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't. I don't know if anyone's looking or moving in yet, but we were sort of being outpriced on it anyway. That's one of the things that came into consideration, and we had 2 arches up there with separate leases, and we've now got one rent for the whole for the company, from the sort of production and warehousing point of view. And we're also spending a small fortune, I think I say in this next bit, just moving, raw materials up from the warehouse to this site, and then raw finished product back down as well. And it's just like inefficiencies and that sort of thing, which we don't really need. We want to concentrate on making beer at the end of the day. And there's a lot of things that came with that site which stopped us doing that.
Yeah. But so you're not going that far, but it's really nice, I guess, to still have this pub here. So it's still the absolute heart of where it all started. Yeah.
It does seem quite short-sighted of Archco. I do think we're going to get a lot of like a big exodus of breweries all throughout London leaving Arches, because they're far less appealing when the rent's like triple overnight, right?
Yeah, I mean, it all started in the Arches because it was cheap and it was ready for industrial use. Whereas I don't know whether like the people who own, there's a couple of companies now, whether they've seen that level of gentrification and gone, hey, we could take it further. And
I mean, at some point their prices have to come back down to earth, right? Hopefully, breweries will still be in there when they do.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally it was just MOT garages and body shops and stuff like that, because they are, they're not spaces that you want to have an office in because they're loud and they're a bit cold or a bit whatever, But this is a thing where I'm interested to see what happens, but I think the brewery you've moved to is beautiful. And it's such a great spot, isn't it? I don't want to spoil it, Johnny, but what we've got coming up is very cool. Yeah,
it's amazing to see the space you built there so incredibly quickly. Let's dive into that. And maybe if you guys have any questions that crop up during the playing of this video, just save them for when we come back and hammer us when that happens, and we'll take some questions from Greg then. So yeah, this is Brad and I went down there last week.
Yeah, a week ago.
Last week, and made just a little mini documentary that shows off the new brewery, shows off the big brew days that you guys were having after a lot of best needing to be made, which we address in the video, and also give you a very quick look at what will be sort of an outside tap room for you guys that will open on the 12th or
Thursday of that week.
Thursday of that week, so a couple of days later. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, this is a brewery tour and the best brew day over at 5 Points new site.
So I'm here with Greg, head brewer of 5 Points. Now let's start by addressing the fact that last time we came to visit 5 Points, it was a different place.
That's right, yeah.
So where are we now?
Yeah, so we took the opportunity recently to relocate from our existing site where it all started, up by Hackney Downs, to our what has been our warehouse, and is now our warehouse and brewery here on Mare Street.
So you've brought it all under one roof?
We brought it all under one roof, yeah, exactly. So we were, not only with the way things are in the industry at the moment, having two rents was expensive, but also we were spending a small fortune and having to, just the shunting of ingredients and product backwards and forwards between the two sites is an inefficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're now sat in what is about to become your outdoor tap room as well.
That's right, yeah.
So you can serve directly from, almost from the tanks almost to people just here in this lovely space. So this morning, Brad and I have been watching you brew probably our favourite 5 Points beer. It is like choosing between your children, which is best.
That's right.
And I remember when this came out, I was absolutely fascinated because you were one of the first sort of modern breweries to come out with a proper best bitter, and since then there's been a bit of a renaissance. So where did it come from?
Yeah, so it's a style that we've always sort of wanted to do. It's a style that Ed and I both grew up drinking. The traditional British ales. We love a bit of history and the heritage, the British brewing heritage as it is. And I think it was this sort of time, 2019, that we first launched the beer. And we actually launched it up in Leeds at the same time Hop City was on, which was felt a bit foolish at the time. Well, like it could have been
IPA
foolish.
Heads coming into
exactly.
The bar
some of the best brewers in the world who specialise in, massively hopped, delicious beers, and we're turning up with our sort of cask of Fuggle.
I bet they'd have been all over it for something a little bit different. Your palates get tired at a festival
that's
like
right,
that.
Yeah.
And also, of course, Fuggle, which is the hop that's in this, was most of the American hops were bred from that.
Yeah.
So it's like a return to the roots. I'm sure that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
Swinging a pint around. So I'd love to hear more about the recipe of this beer. I guess we should probably start with the malt, because that's one of the big unsung heroes, I think, of particularly traditional British brewing.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like the malt, this sort of style of beer, it's all about how the ingredients come together, and the malt is as crucial a part as the hops itself. We use a premium heritage barley variety called Marisotta, which makes up the majority of our base malt for all of our beers, but particularly shines in a beer like Best. We also use a small amount of amber malt, crystal, and wheat malt as well.
Mm-hmm. So that's sort of what's giving us a bit of colour and also a bit of body, I guess.
Yeah,
in the wheat
exactly.
As well.
Yeah.
And then you've layered like an absolute ton of Fuggle onto this.
Yeah.
It feels like all 5 Points beers have an assertive level of bitterness, whether it's a Pilsner, a bitter, or an IPA.
Yeah.
That's something
Yeah, I mean that's how we
come
like
from
to
you
drink
from
our beers.
Right,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. To me, that's sort of part of the drinkability and the sort of wanting to go back and have drink more of it. Is that bitterness, and it is apparent in this as well. Yeah, we use more fuggle in this by weight than we do many of our sort of American style beers.
Wow. Like in the boil, I guess.
In the boil,
'Cause
yeah,
there's
there's no dry
hop on
yeah,
this.
Yeah.
So tell me about fuggle as a hop, because I think British hops have a bit of a reputation for being maybe a bit dull or earthy or twiggy is the word that people use, but there's like none of that in this beer whatsoever.
Yeah, so I mean, I think part of that comes down to where we source our hops from, so the provenance of it. We work with a farm in Kent called Hewkins Hops, a 5th generation hop farm, and they regularly win awards for their hops, and their sort of passion for quality is quite apparent. So that obviously really helps as well. But I think it's partly to do with how hops have been used historically in bitters. They were just sort of like almost a bit of an afterthought. They were there to provide a bit of bitterness.
And preserve
the beer, yeah,
well,
of course, but not much sort of aroma or flavour. Whereas, certainly the way we've approached this beer with big quantities of the hop has sort of, I think, helped make the beer for us. It makes it much more interesting, and there's that slightly floral, minty aroma that comes across.
Yeah, definitely. And then that's also backed. So yeast is, when I think of bitters, I often think of a sort of residual sweetness and juiciness that comes from the yeast, and also is present in other styles that have used yeast like that.
Yeah,
like New England IPA. So what is it? A classic British yeast in this one as well?
It is. Yeah, we actually trialled 3 different yeasts before we settled on one on a sort of very small pilot scale. And the one we ended up settling on is a White Lab strain called WLP13. And it is a historical British strain, which gives it a sort of slightly oaky character, which I think fits in with the rest of the beer.
It's really interesting because there is an oaky character to that, and I'd always assumed that was the woodier element of fuggle, when it feels like you don't know what flavour is coming from which ingredient with this beer, which is the symbol of a balanced,
synergic.
Integrated. There you go. Not a very crafty word, but I like it. Yeah, I mean, it's an absolutely beautiful beer, and it always kind of boggles my mind as to how this went out of style.
Yeah.
It was, it was called bitter because it was more bitter than the ales and the beers of the 18th century, 19th century, and today, you can have a really high hopped version, but it still retains that incredible balance if you're using those British hops.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of this style of beer if it brewed well. I think part of the downfall of it was, not necessarily great brewing techniques. I mean, there's a certain point, probably not that long ago, where every brewery had to have a best bitter, and not necessarily well thought out or delivered. But then again, there's the sort of the cellarship that comes into sort of keeping these beers in good condition, because the majority of them are in cask, which requires a level of sort of knowledge and dedication to keep that beer pouring as it should.
Yeah. So until the COVID crisis happened, it was only available on cask.
That's right.
Best.
Yeah.
But you've now got a bottled version.
We have a bottled version that is about to launch, and we've been doing the mini casks as well.
Yeah. So tell me about the bottled version, because something that's really special about cask is the body and the mouthfeel and the huge freshness, which you obviously don't get from a bottle. Have you made adjustments to anything to make it suitable?
Yeah, so we're mostly focusing those adjustments around the carbonation level, and just trying to ensure that it's not going to be as highly carbonated as our other bottled or canned products. We're going to keep it slightly softer and rounder carbonation to sort of be more in line with what you'd expect from a cask pint.
Yeah. And the mini cask, is that just the same as the cask version? It's as close.
The mini cask is, it's basically it's as close as you can get to drinking a pint of best in a pub, but at home.
So I hope you guys are enjoying this beer at home. I think it's tasting absolutely great from the mini cask. Do let us know in the comments if you are enjoying it, or if you've got the railway porter or the pale, which are also fantastic on the mini cask. Yeah, I guess it's time. We've got lots of content to come, so it's back to the studio.
Cheers.
And welcome back. So we are soon going to be joined by the amazing Martin Cornell, zitherphile, beer historian extraordinaire. But before we are joined by him, I thought it would be a good chance to have a quick chat about the amazing historical beers that you make outside of the porter that we're going to be talking about. Because we've talked about the derailed porter, but you've also got you've got a brown ale. Thank you. You've got a brown ale, a barley wine.
Yeah.
As well. So what? You know, you said that you really enjoyed the cask ales of Britain, and that's why you really got into it. But was it a risk at the start to go so heavily on British styles?
I mean, it definitely wasn't what many of our contemporaries were doing. But I think we always had faith in that we were making a sort of a quality product, and we sort of stood behind them as well. I mean, I think as we've gone on, we've been a bit more sort of passionate about the sort of the amazing brewing heritage that we have in the UK. Things like Best and our brown and barley wine is something we've done since the first year as well. And it's just one of those beautiful styles that is maybe not neglected, but not well known about, not well sort of talked about or understood.
Talk about it and help me understand barley wine. I mean, we've done a video, but it's one of those styles, I think, that, you know, if you're just getting into craft beer, it's pretty much the last one that's suggested to you as well. Why didn't you try a barley wine? What is it to you, and what do you get into yours?
I mean, we brew one every normal times. We brew one on New Year's Eve, and we'll essentially age it in the brewery until the sort of following autumn or winter, and then release it. We have had some that have been barrel aged for sort of 2 to 3 years, which is as yet unreleased, but will be released at some point. But it's for us, it's much more about the sort of amazing, complex characters you can get from big, rich, malt-forward beers at that higher ABV, which just age really well. You get that sort of vinous character and sherry character as they slightly age and slightly oxidize, which in normal terms for like a highly hop beer would be a disaster. But actually, those big, high alcohol beers is an amazing thing. Yeah,
like high maltiness, high alcohol. That sherry note can really add complexity. Yeah. In that video, we had a couple of comments. We had behind us a load of barrels. Can you tell us what's in there and what's happening?
So I've got a bunch of different things in barrels. It was last year before we moved the brewery, we packaged the barrel aged barley wine that we did, which was had several different types of Brett pitched into the barrels as well. So that's now in bottle and will come out probably at some point this year. We've got a triple in barrel, which refilled those barley wine barrels, which we're really excited about.
Wow, amazing!
Yeah, so we did a big stout a couple of years back to celebrate our 1000th for the brew, which was aged in Auchentoshan whiskey barrels. That was amazing. We actually released a portion of it clean, so not barrel aged, and then the other portion barrel aged. The idea was that people could try them side by side and pick up the differences. But yeah, I mean, it's something that, as usual, we'd love to spend more time and do more beers like that. But you know, at the end of the day, it's these beers that we're drinking today that are our sort of bread and butter. That
filling those fermenters mostly. Yeah.
Has lockdown had any bearing on like what you're brewing? Is it giving you more of an opportunity to brew stuff like that, or is it you're just trying to like get everything out?
Could go either way, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, a bit of both. I mean, also complicated by the fact that we picked the brewery up here and moved it down the road, and took all the stuff with us. Those barrels came with us, obviously, and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, there's time to sort of at least sort of reflect on what we want to do and where we want to go. And, as I think Ed touched on earlier, like provenance is important to us, and we use like amazing hops from the world over, and get great results out of using them, and love that. But also love working with our friends who are close to London, and using the hops from there as well. So yeah.
For anyone that might be new to 5 Points, where does the name 5 Points come from?
Literally just behind where that camera is, there is a 5-way junction, and it's sort of colloquially known as the 5 Points. Yeah, so 5 roads, and the brewery obviously was just several hundred meters behind us.
Yeah, you're almost the 6th point. You just had to look further down. But also, there's a brewery in
There was a 6 point.
Yeah.
We met those guys.
They were like, close.
Yeah.
We're gonna let it go.
We're in like quite a metropolis here, but somehow Pembo feels very calm.
Yeah.
Something about it's a really interesting shaped pub.
Yeah.
And it was a boxing venue at one point, right? There was a boxing ring in here and all sorts of stuff.
This place has been mentioned.
Have I forgotten? I
don't know.
I think this was a boxing
I hope
pub
you
back
haven't.
in the day.
What do you mean by a boxing pub? People would box here.
Yeah,
and
I think so.
Where?
Is there not like? Have I made this up? Maybe I've made this up. I think I've made this up. Already.
Drugs all around.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
It's a boxing pub, you know. Brad boxed here.
I thought this was a famous boxing pub from back in the day. It was more of an old man pub, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it has been lots of different things. There's like a lot of music here at one point. I think it was a sort of brothel at one point.
Wow. Yeah. But I think it's
Seats are sticky.
It's a great building. It's a beautiful building.
Oh, it's an incredible place. Yeah. And it just kind of drips with history when you walk in as well. Like, and you've kept that curtain vibe, like the velvet curtains and stuff, which I just think is amazing. I think the time has come.
Has it?
To address Matt Sprinkler Allen. I think we should address that question. But firstly, before we do that, there's another question that's come up on Super Chat, which is mini cask different to mini keg? So can you just explain the difference?
I mean, yes and no. I think it depends who you ask and what the breweries are. I mean, the sort of empty container is marketed to us more as a mini keg. So it comes down to sort of how you treat it and what beer you put in it. I mean, it's essentially the same container, but you know, you could have like a higher carbonated keg beer, for example, go into them, or you could have a cask beer go into them.
So it's able to take the pressure of both.
Yeah, right. So as soon as you open it to the atmosphere, which everyone at home will be doing tonight, that's where, you know, it's more like a cask beer than anything else. Yeah.
But I guess the difference also is that a lot of the beers, when they call it a mini keg, it's going in, it's force carbonated. Is the best, the stuff that we're drinking tonight, is that naturally carbonated? Yeah. So there'll be a difference in mouthfeel in probably the level, although you could carbonate to a low level. But it does seem that there's a very, even if you carb them to the same level, there's a difference in the feel of it, almost like either the harshness of the bubbles or the size of the bubbles or something. Yeah. Which is, you know, why a lot of German lagers are so great, because they're ungespundet, they're naturally carbonated. And
love that word.
It's a great fucking word. I love the German language.
We're going to have that on a t-shirt.
Ungespundet.
We like spun as much as we can. We do, like, you know, even for like our sort of forced carb products or our keg products, you know, we try to retain as much of that natural carbonation during fermentation as possible.
So that goes across keg as well. Like you'll take a certain amount of CO2 across and top it up. Yeah. Right. And you do that because of the different mouthfeel you can achieve. Yeah,
and you know, less CO2 usage in the brewery.
Right, so just literally more efficient. Yeah.
Could we 3D print a sparkler for a mini cask?
Well, I mean, that's a great question. I'd hope so. I think it could be a thing. Don't steal it. But yeah, let's have a chat about the sparkler versus non-sparkler versus sprinkler debate. Tell me what a sparkler is in technical terms.
So a sparkler essentially screws onto the end of the tap when you're at the beer engine, and it's got a plate with tiny little holes, and essentially you're forcing the beer through these tiny little holes. In the process of that, actually knocks some of the condition or carbonation out of the product, which is why you get that sort of creamy look as it settles. It's mostly common up in the north. There is like a sort of dividing line across the country, I think. I can't remember where it is. Where, like one side they don't use sparklers, and the other side they do predominantly.
So it changes. Does it change the texture? But also, is it almost like aerating it? Does it let more? It almost lets more kind of flavors out, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're knocking some of the flavor out of the liquid into the sort of gas and head that sort of can amplify the aromas. Yeah.
And in doing that with the head, you're kind of like locking in below potentially.
Yeah, I think it's more about just sort of bouncing it out of the glass and making it sort of aromatic, but it does give it a different mouthfeel as well.
Yeah.
and obviously there's a presentational thing, much like Guinness. I mean, that's if you like a Guinness nozzle, even though it's keg, is a similar principle. It's tiny little holes that you force the beer through. I'm a big fan of them.
Sparkler.
So where
Sparkler, Johnny?
Let's not do the vote yet. Let's finish. Is that like Ed's influence as somebody who lives north, or were you from an area where it was sparkling?
No, I'm not. But it's something that I love, and I think it's come from being up in the north, and particularly in Leeds, and drinking things like Timmy Taylor's that have that rich, creamy sort of just visual appearance.
Yeah, visually it's
amazing. And
it's amazing.
I mean, we sort of we always envisaged that best would be best with a sparkler. That's something that it was sort of brewed to be that sort of beer. Hence why we use one here. And at one point we joked about every time we send out a firkin of best, we'll send a sparkler with it. And obviously we can't force anyone to use a sparkler. We try and encourage them.
How much does a sparkler? How much does it cost? Is it something that's cheap that you can just?
It's a couple of pence, right?
A couple of pence, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's just it's literally like that.
Yeah. It's like a different shower head that you might attach that's doing spraying out in a different way.
I mean, we'll see in the homebrew video that we do that we show in after Martin's chatted to us. There's a sparkler on my homebrew setup.
Yeah.
The thing that's sort of touted by like there's the sparkler brigade and there's the anti-sparkler brigade, and then there's the people in the middle who go, really, really well brewed beer doesn't necessarily need a sparkler, but equally, if you love sparklers, you should still use a sparkler. Yeah. And that's kind of where I sit. But as we discussed at the start of the show, so much cask ale is served slightly undercarved, slightly characterless. If there was one thing we could do to really enhance the cask ale reputation, it might be to put a sparkler in everything.
I mean, it definitely would make it look more visually appealing. I don't think you're going to make a bad beer better with a sparkler.
No, you're right.
But I mean, I also think it's personally, I think it's style dependent as well. It depends on the style of the beer. I think it suits like a best bitter or sort of more malt forward beers. I wouldn't necessarily, argue for putting one on a sort of, traditional, well, not traditional, but modern sort of hop forward beer. I'm not sure how much you'd get.
So you wouldn't want it on your pale ale, but you'd insist on it on your best?
Insist is a strong word. I'd recommend.
Recommend. Sorry.
Yeah.
You'd passive aggressively send a sparkler with the order.
Or walk elsewhere.
So malt forward sparkler, hop forward no sparkler.
As a very sort of
interesting.
A blurred line.
Yeah.
Georgina Young from Bath Ales and St Austell's just messaged saying, "Don't forget to clean your sparklers every day, though, because they're huge bug traps." I haven't cleaned my sparkler. Well, I haven't used it, but I will. Caustic and everything. So yeah, I mean, there is no answer to the sparkler debate, right? It's personal preference, and I don't know. Maybe the best thing to do is to have it in the bar, and you can ask for a sparkler or no sparkler.
Well,
King of the North, sparklers, yay!
Except in Brad's pub, where it will be only sparklers.
Just sparklers, but maybe not for the hop forward stuff.
Okay,
I like that. I think that's how I'm gonna roll now. Should be like multi sparkler, hoppy, no sparkler.
And when it's wrong, you can just call up Greg and go.
I can phone a friend, Greg. I'm on the fence, mate. I don't know if it's hoppy enough or what, but yeah.
Are you going to be that guy that takes a sparkler with you to pubs and goes like,
in my pocket, like a condom sort of vibe, and like get it out?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use them for the same purpose, but yeah.
I do. Well, no, that wouldn't work. Yeah, but no, I'm not going to be that guy.
Oh.
But maybe I'll just choose where I drink to sort of be more sparkly.
That's another way of doing it.
Mr. Sparkle, Simpsons.
And the elephant in the room, sprinklers. I can't believe you guys didn't play in sprinklers as kids.
I did a couple of times.
I mean,
maybe I did, and
I don't think I ever even saw a sprinkler as a kid. I know my parents didn't have a sprinkler.
Did they just do the hose with the thumb over the top tray?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
We didn't have. We weren't fancy. We didn't have sprinklers.
It does seem a needless expense when the thumb is almost like evolutionary perfect to create the spray effect.
Yeah. I mean, they look great, and I just associate sprinklers with like American films from the 80s, where they're like you know, I think Ferris Bueller's like running through a sprinkler.
He definitely is, yeah.
And all that. So I just, when I see like sprinklers in films, I just think of Ferris Bueller being naughty and running around when he's supposed to be at school.
He's running through the gardens, I think, isn't he?
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he goes back and introduces himself to a lady on a sunbed.
Yeah, that's it. Smooth.
I was an impressionable teenager. I thought Ferris was great.
Yeah. He is great.
I mean, he is great. He is. So there we go. There's the not answer to the sparkler versus non-sparkler debate.
That was a good. I don't think you wasted £7 there. I think that was a £7 well spent.
I agree
on that sparkler chat.
I absolutely agree. I think we had another super chat while that was happening. No, I'm going mad. I'm going absolutely mad. So we haven't had the arrival of Martin Cornell. Oh, literally as I say that, Martin Cornell appears in the green room. So we'll be joined by Martin in just a second to chat about London Porter. In front of us, we now have the Stout Porter, which will hopefully please Martin, and we've got our porters as well. And I think Martin had some as well. So we're gonna now bring Martin on. We're gonna have a good old chat. He's holding up his mug. There we go. About the amazing railway porter and, of course, the history of porter. So please welcome to the live stream, Martin Cornell. Martin, how are you?
Hello there. Well, I'm fine. Thank you very much. As I keep saying to people, it's everybody else. It's not me. It's the rest of the world.
It's a strong introduction. Are you there with your porter in your tankard?
Yes, I have an appropriate quart tankard here, as we're talking about the history of porter, and this is what I used to drink out of. And so, cheers.
Absolutely, yeah. Cheers, Martin. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Martin.
Nice to be here.
Yeah, it's not quite a quart, is it?
Is that pewter? What's it made of?
It's a genuine pewter Victorian quart mug.
Wow.
Yes.
That's great. That's not one that's got a glass bottom, is it? So you can see the king's crown.
No,
none of that.
Cost me a lot of money in an antique shop. This, but it is good to drink porter out of it. I think.
Well,
200 years ago.
So, Martin, I get if people don't know who you are and what you do, it'd be great to hear, about you and about your background and the books that you've written, and then we'll dive into the history of porter.
Right. Well, I've been researching the history of beer for decades now. I have written several books on the subject. The one that talks particularly about porter and is called Amber, Gold and Black, which is a history of British beer styles. I am currently working on a complete history of porter and stout, which is already past 300,000 words. I really need to stop at some point. I have a blog, which I've just put the name up there. It's called Xethophile, that's pronounced, xethophile.co.uk. You can find my writing about history of beer and various rants that I occasionally go off on as well.
I enjoy. We use Xethophile as a reference guide for most of what we do, and we still get things wrong because history, although it's written, contradicts itself quite a lot. So we're relying on your expertise to tease out the correct.
Yeah, I started off believing all these stories that you read about the origins of IPA and the origins of porter and so on. But I suppose my background is as a journalist, and I suppose I had the idea that I would never write anything that I couldn't verify. And it rapidly became apparent that a lot of these stories, you couldn't actually verify them. They didn't appear to have the facts behind them that you would expect. And they turned out ultimately, a lot of them, to be not true.
Right. So, I guess then we need to get to the truth of porter, because you only have to research a little bit to start finding the misinformation. So if I were to ask you the absolute origins of porter, like the inspirations before even the first porter was named, what would that be, and when was it?
Well, there was never a point at which porter was invented. Unfortunately, there was a guy who wrote an account of the alleged origins of porter in 1802, which is about 80 years after porter kind of coalesced, is probably the best word to use. And he got it completely wrong. He misinterpreted things. He mangled other things. And so you then had this story that porter was supposedly invented in 1722 by a man called Harwood, and it was completely made up. But it became the standard narrative of the origins of porter for the next 200 years, and repeated everywhere, repeated in every book that you pick up about beer. It was a porter, blah blah, 1722. Ralph Harwood, blah. And so when I started writing my first book about beer, which is nearly 20 years ago now, I thought, okay, well, let's find some contemporary descriptions of how this man supposedly invented this beer and why. And there was nothing at all to confirm that this was what happened. There wasn't a single report from the early 18th century to say this is how it happened. So I started digging around, and it took a long time to work out what was going on. And it wasn't just me; it was other people working on it as well, and other people saying, "Well, this is probably what happened. This is what happened." So, what seems to have happened, what almost certainly happened, was at the end of the 17th century, Britain was at war. We had King William III that just arrived on the throne. He was fighting with his own father-in-law, James II. We were fighting with the French. We were fighting with the Spanish. We were having a go at everybody. And the government needed to find money to pay for all these wars. So as governments do, they put up the price of beer. They taxed beer, or they taxed malt, and they taxed hops. So this caused problems for brewers because they couldn't increase the price of the retail price of beer very easily. There were laws against it. And so they had to find a way of cutting their costs. So they looked around at the best way to cut the costs and still keep the beer affordable for the ordinary drinkers. Excuse me, I just need to refresh myself here.
You take your time.
So the first thing they did, as brewers always do when they need to cut costs, they cut the strength of the beer. So that was okay, except that then caused a problem because lower strength beer, this was a beer called London Brown beer, which was like the major big seller in London at that time. If you reduce the strength, obviously, it's not going to stay in good condition as long. Weaker beer goes off more quickly. So, okay, simple solution to that, put more hops in, because hops are primarily, brewers use hops, I don't need to tell you, I'm sure, to preserve. Okay, they give lovely flavors and lovely bitterness and so on, but their prime reason for putting hops into beer is to preserve it from organisms that will make it go off, make it go sour. So weaker beer, more hops. That was the first step. The next step was that they started using cheaper malts. But the cheapest malt that you could get was wood-dried malt. But the problem with wood-dried malt was that it was very smoky. And most people don't like very smoky malts. It's like Rauch beer. Most people today, you give them a pint of Rauch beer, they don't like it. The way to get around that is to store the beer for some time, 6 months, whatever, and that smoky taste will go away. So they had a more hopped beer that they were storing for longer. What they didn't know, but what miraculously happened, was that because of the high hop rate, the beer didn't go sour. It wasn't getting attacked by lactobacillus and pediococcus and all those sorts of organisms. But out of the woodwork, literally, were coming things like Brettanomyces, and they were munching up the higher sugars that Saccharomyces yeast can't tackle, adding a little bit to the strength of the beer, maybe about 1 or 2% extra alcohol, and also leaving behind lovely estery, fruity flavors, lots of really, really boosting the flavor of this beer. So by accident, really, as they developed this longer storage and this higher hopping, by accident, they invented a new style without meaning to, without really knowing what they were doing. And this wasn't any one particular guy doing this, although there were a couple of brewers, leading brewers that you could point to. There was a guy called Parsons who had a brewery down at St. Catherine, near St. Catherine's Dock, just to the east of the Tower of London. And he was one of the first people that we know was storing beer for a long time in vats, not as big as they later got, but about 130 barrel vats. So they were slowly, the guys from about 1700 through to about 1710, 1715, they were slowly developing this new way of producing a beer that was affordable, and at the same time getting all these lovely new characteristics that we now seek in porter. And the beer became very popular with the London working classes, many of whom worked carrying goods around the streets, loading and unloading ships and so on, and they were known as porters. That was their job description. So the beer that they loved got their name. So that's the origins of porter. Sure, we can all take
a question off the back of that is, I read a blog on your website that alluded to porter as also being used as a way to get around the mild and stale issue, and profits being taken away from retailers and wholesalers. Away from brewers and retailers and wholesalers.
Yeah, because the beer improved as it aged. Well, this again was something that they only slowly discovered. And so, I mean, I think this, you can regard this, if you're looking for a more contemporary kind of similar sort of development, it's a bit like the way that American IPA developed. That you can look right back and say, okay, well, there were the guys at Sierra Nevada doing this new thing with American hops, ramming loads of American hops. They didn't know that they were inventing a new style of beer, and it was only gradually through from the 1980s through to the 1990s that people started realizing that a new style of beer had been developed. The same sort of thing was going on 300 years ago, and they were discovering that if you stored this beer and let it mature for a while, and then brought it back and distributed it to the publicans, it had gained flavour, it had gained depth and character. And this was known as stale beer. Stale meaning, not maybe use the word stale today, but stale meaning stood, stored. So a bit like like lager beer, exactly the same as lager beer. But of course, this causes you cash flow problems if you're the brewer. You've paid for your raw materials, you paid your salaries to your workers, and you want that money back from the retailer as quickly as possible. So these guys started buying the beer off the brewers, the mild beer, mild meaning fresh, new, not as rich and full as the stale beer would turn out to be. Taking the mild beer away, storing, and then selling it back, and it was because it was now a matured and more tasty beer. They could charge a higher price for it than they got for the mild. So the brewers eventually decided that they wanted these profits for themselves and started storing the beer themselves, mostly in cellars, and they were using big casks called butts, which are big 108-gallon casks, three barrels size, a barrel being 36 gallons, of course. But that was very costly for them. They had to store these things for about a year for the beer to mature properly. And they were paying something like £1 a butt a year. Well, you think that you've got 3,000 or 4,000 butts maturing away in cellars all over London. This was expensive. This was one of the things that led to, basically, it became a barrier to entry for smaller brewers. It was only the big brewers could afford the cash flow hit and could afford to store this beer. So that's why you've got about a dozen or so really big brewers growing up. Names we still just about remember. Those of us who are old enough, people like Whitbread, Truman. So the big Brick Lane Brewery, the big brewery on Chiswell Street. They had the money to be able to afford to store this beer. And beneath them in London at that time, there were about another 100 or so much smaller guys who couldn't really compete and who brewed other things, mostly other things than porter, because they couldn't compete in the porter market anymore.
So porter became this longer aged hoppy beer, and those that couldn't store it had to call it something else and fight them in the market. Right.
Well, it was the market at that time. Most of it eventually became porter. Porter, by the end of the 18th century, was about 3/4 of the London beer market. But they were minority drinks, and in particular, there was still something around called ale, which was descended from the original English unhopped ale of the 14th century and before. And we're unique in Britain in having preserved these two traditions for a very long time of hopped beer, which came in from the continent around about 1400, 1410, and competed for another 200 years against unhopped ale. And gradually, the ale brewers and the beer brewers, who remained separate categories of people for a long time. For a long time, they had separate guilds. There was an ale brewers guild and a beer brewers guild. They eventually came together in Elizabethan times, or shortly before. But ale remained this separate drink brewed by separate people. They started adding a small amount of hops to it because they realized it did help preserve it. But you get people writing about you can't put too many hops into ale because it loses its ale characteristics. So you still had a small number of big beer brewers and a large number of ale brewers. And this was not ale or pale ale as we know it today. It was a lightly hopped, fairly sweet, pretty strong, because it had to be strong. It didn't have very many hops in it. So you're talking about 8% or more ale, and then porter, which was beer, that was around about 6.5%, because it had loads of hops in it.
So if porter was around 6.5%, then what we have in front of us here, the stout porter. Stout was back then just meant stronger. Is that correct? So it was the stronger versions of those beers.
Yeah, stout is was just a word used for about anything that was a strong beer. So you could get a pale stout, and you still actually find people talking about pale stout right through until the 1840s. They're advertising pale stout. Gradually, brown stout, in other words, the stout version of porter, became like the dominant version, and people would expect any beer called stout to be brown, to be a strong porter. But right through until the 1830s, stout and strong porter were interchangeable terms. You would find people talking about porter meaning something that we would call a stout, as a strong beer. And eventually, so stout and porter were the same drink, except one was just a strong version of the other, and they all came under the blanket porter. And then you get single stout and double stout and triple stout and imperial stout and so on. But they started off as exactly the same beer.
So even back in the 1800s, we were debating what single, double, triple, and imperial all meant to each other and how they related.
Yeah,
it's just a debate about IPA now.
Absolutely, yeah. They just meant different levels of strength, and you can be fairly, looking at the prices that were being charged in the 19th century, you can be fairly confident about what the strengths were. So a porter would be in the 1860s, let's say, a porter would probably be about 10.50, single stout 10.60, double 10.70, triple 1080 and then imperial, you know, name your price really, upwards of 1100. Original gravity we're talking of, obviously.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the original gravity. So they'd have ended up somewhere between, God, I don't know, 10, like 0 and 10, maybe, if Brett was having a good old go.
Yeah.
So the next question has to be: if Stout was just the stronger version of Porter, how did Stout become the roastier, toastier, potentially lower ABV beer that it is now compared to Porter? Was that Guinness and the Irish dry stout taking over the market?
Really, no. What happened? One of the problems that they had in the 18th century was that they were brewing these beers with 100% brown malt, with a diastasic brown malt, which is we virtually lost the art of making diastasic brown malt today. But they quickly realised, actually they didn't quickly realise, it took about 50 years to realise. Once they started using the saccharometer to be able to measure the amount of sugar that they were getting out of their malt, they realised that brown malt was very poor value for money, particularly compared to pale malt. You would be getting maybe 80% extract out of your pale malt, but only 60% or so from your brown malt. So the brewers are still under big cost pressures. Keep the price of the drink down constantly. I know they were innovating in ways that enabled them to reduce the price. So as soon as they discovered that the cheaper, effectively, pale malt was effectively the cheaper way of making a strong beer, they wanted to use more pale malt in their porters. Problem there, of course, is that you don't get the dark beer that people now expected. They were expecting a really, certainly very, very dark brown, at least, beer. I've seen descriptions of porter as blood coloured, but I think that must be a very dark blood colour that you're talking about.
Well oxygenated, yeah.
Well, yeah. So anyway, but the problem there is that the tax authorities would not let them put anything into beer that hadn't been taxed. So they couldn't. They tried using burnt sugar. That was very popular. It was very popular with the brewers, but it wasn't popular with the tax man because they hadn't paid tax on the sugar. So there was a battle over about 30 years between the brewers trying to produce cheaper porter made from pale malt with colouring, and the taxmen have said, you can't do that, we're going to prosecute you, we're going to ban all these things that you're trying to put into this porter to colour it, until 1817, and a guy called Daniel Wheeler invented a way of roasting malt like coffee to produce what was known as patent malt, which you only needed a tiny amount of this burnt patent malt, about 2%, and you could brew it with a completely pale malt, the rest of it 98%, and still end up with a very black, flavoursome porter beer. The Irish seem to have gone over almost entirely to using just 2% patent malt and the rest pale malt, and that gave them this very dry flavour. English brewers liked, because they said they preferred the flavour, to use some brown malt still, to use amber malt as well, and pale, and a little bit of patent malt. So that's where you start to get the divergence between Irish and English or British porters. At the same time, or later on in the 19th century, you start to get a divergence again to try to keep the price of the porter down. They were using cheaper materials, they were reducing the strengths, but they weren't doing necessarily the same to the stouts. So they were keeping the stouts still, high gravity, lots of brown malt, less of that in the porters, and you start to see a divergence for the first time between the recipes for stout and for porter in Britain, not in Ireland, where they'd always been brewing them from exactly the same grain bill, but just at different strengths. You also start to get this development going on, and you see this is one of the things I've discovered researching the history of porter and stout worldwide. Around the world, people start saying from about the 1860s on, I'm drinking this beer because it's good for me. I'm not drinking it to get it pissed at all. Good Lord, no. And so you start seeing porters and stout in particular pushed as a health drink. I know if you're feeling weak and weedy, drink stout. So that's where you start to see things like oatmeal stout come in. This stout is even better for you because it's got healthy oatmeal in it. And also milk stout. This stout is great because it's got milk. Well, milk sugars, they were advertising, as I'm sure you've seen the ads. A half pint of milk equivalent in every glass of porter. Well, it was just an excuse to get have a drink, have an alcoholic drink, and pretend that it's doing you some good. But these sorts of stouts started being brewed weaker. They were still called stout, but they were weaker than stouts had been. And so you start to see a blurring between the idea of what was porter and what was stout. Particularly, next we get to the First World War. And the First World War had a terrible effect on British beer strengths right across the board. And all beer strengths get pushed right down. High tax, restrictions on supplies of raw materials and so on. Less so in Ireland, partly because, or largely because, Ireland was in a bit of a uproar at this time. You remember the Easter Rebellion in 1916, and they didn't want to upset the Irish too much, so they allowed the Irish to brew at higher strengths than the English brewers were allowed to brew. So we came out after the First World War, and all strengths have been pushed down. So porter was now down to about 3.5% alcohol. Stout was now occupying the place that porter had occupied. Porter was increasingly, losing its market very swiftly. There were fewer and fewer people drinking it. It had become an old man's drink, and eventually it dies out, and they stop brewing porter in Britain. By the early 1940s, it just disappears, and instead, occupying that space is a beer that everybody's now calling stout, although it doesn't bear necessarily that much resemblance to a strong 19th century stout. And you start seeing things like Sweetheart Stout and so on. I need another beer, excuse me. Which are around 2.5% alcohol, 2.9% alcohol, which is like, really? That's not a stout. So that's how we ended up with stouts that were weaker than the porters.
I mean that's amazing, and I'm worried now that in our stout versus porter video we give far too much credence to Guinness, and the Irish stout is influencing that, whereas it was a much more complicated process, as history always is. I think generally when we look back at beer history or any history, we condense it all into a couple of years and think, well, that must have been it, but it was a 100-year process with a million other things feeding in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then when you get the porter revival, people were bringing back porters from different eras. So some people were bringing back post First World War porters, which of course were quite weak. Some people were bringing back 19th century porters, which were as strong as today's stouts, or stronger. So you get the same brewer could be brewing a porter that is stronger than his stout. Now, historically, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that, but it's just a bit strange and confusing for everyone.
I think that's how we're all feeling right now. So, as a beer historian who's seen who's learned about that whole process, when you look at stouts and porters now, do you see a difference, or does it frustrate you that, because it seems like from what you're saying, there is a definite difference between stout and porter in terms of recipe, in terms of history, whereas most people still try to tell me sometimes stout's just a strong porter.
No, I think, I think that it's impossible today to say there is a definite dividing line on which everything over there is a porter and everything over there is a stout. I don't think you can do it. I think that, you know, it's so widely scattered. I did an analysis of stouts and porters in a Good Beer Guide a few years ago, and just looked at their strengths and their descriptions, and you tended to get, there was maybe a slight tendency for the stouts to be a bit on the drier side and a bit on the fruitier side, but not really. There was no difference in modern British draft stouts and modern British draft porters, and strength in the way that people were describing their flavors and so on and so forth. So I think, you know, that's been lost. There is no difference, no meaningful difference between beers that are called stouts and beers that are called porters. Historically, yes, stout was the strong version of porter. You started to lose that distinction at the end of the 19th, beginning of the 20th century, and today it's vanished.
Do you think that back then maybe there was a bit of confusion around at what point you started calling it a stout and it was still a porter? So there was that blurred edge there even then? Yeah, because, I mean, you're talking about milk stout, and it was still, it was from recipes that I've seen, you know, it was about 4.5%, 5% alcohol, which was porter level, really. And that was before the First World War. So everybody in the comments, we'd love to hear, if you have any questions for Martin, please do hit us, and we'd love to ask Martin some questions. But we have had a question from Josh that I've been sat on for a little while. It's totally unrelated to porter and stout, and it might not be your area of expertise, Martin, but of the 4 people currently on camera, you're very much the best person to ask. Which is there a shared history between serving beer on cask in Belgium and the UK? Was cask a thing in Europe?
I think that from what little I know about it, and we are kind of, you know, getting fairly much towards the edge of my area of expertise. Yeah, I think that yes, definitely, beer was very much served on cask across Europe, and you see particularly when you start seeing lager beers coming in Europe, you see a lot of wooden casks being used with pressurized gas fitted to them, which strikes me as being potentially quite dangerous, really. You can very easily get the pressure too high, very nasty mess in your cellar. But yeah, I think that as in Britain, you know, bottled beer in Britain didn't really start coming in until, I mean, glass was expensive anyway. Until the tax came off it in 1845, I think, or thereabouts. So bottles, they were expensive to produce because they only had literally corks to secure them with before the invention of the crown cork and other more automated ways of sealing bottles that could be automated. Mm-hmm. So it was very much a cask-driven retail scene, I think, both in Britain and on the continent until the 1870s, 1880s, when they started to be able to produce bottled beer more cheaply. I mean, before that, you literally had an army of men who would have to ram the bottle into. They had a leather holder that they ran the bottle into. They then pushed the cork in and hit it to drive the cork down. Guys doing this all day, that was their job, to cork the bottles all day. It must have been, one a hell of a boring.
in terms of cask ale, like the beer engine, I guess was an invention. I don't quite know when it would be, but most beer would have been served, as we call it, on gravity now. So it would have just been tapping the barrel. So everybody was cask until a certain point. Is that right?
Yeah. The beer. Well, the beer engine is very difficult to say when the beer engine was developed because there were small pumps for ships and so on for a long time, and the early beer engines were undoubtedly just kind of adaptations of the sort of small pump that would have been used for pumping out bilge water from a ship or whatever. So you read about people like you read about Joseph Brahmer inventing the beer pump. Well, the thing that he invented, the thing he got a patent for, was actually nothing like what they would have been probably using in a pub, which is just an ordinary kind of hand pump used for pumping all sorts of other liquids hither and thither. So it's very hard to say when the beer pump came in. You start to see references to them in inventories and so on for about the 1790s, if I remember correctly. But again, it's not one of those things that anybody ever invented. Nobody said, I'm going to invent the beer pump. They just kind of repurposed pumps that were being used for other things to haul up beer from the cellars, rather than have to port boy have to pop down and fill up the jugs in the cellar and then cart it up the stairs again.
So why do you think it became a thing in the UK? Have you got any insight to that? Whereas, a beer engine isn't such a famous thing elsewhere?
I think, well, it's partly because we carried on having cask conditioned beer and beer in wooden casks for so long, whereas in Europe and in America, they fairly rapidly turned to lager beers, which would be gas driven. You see a lot of adverts for chilled beer being pumped up by gas pressure, even from the mid or slightly later than mid 19th century in American publications in particular. So it was just that we never went through, for whatever reason, why did Britain not go the way that America went, go the way that most of continental Europe went, and turn to lagers. Originally, brown lagers and dark lagers of Vienna and Munich, and then, of course, the pale lagers of Pilsen, of Bohemia. We never picked up on that. We had plenty of opportunity. There were people that tried to get that going in Britain. We stayed with our traditional, slightly warmer, top fermented beers. So we never had that pressure, pun not really intended, to stop using things like hand pumps, which is why we carried on doing it.
With us being at war with them, or at least great sways of the 20th century.
Was Joseph Brahmer the same guy that invented the unpickable lock?
I think so. Don't quote me on that, but I think he was a general inventor. Invented all sorts of things.
I wonder whether there's a thing about, like sort of Victorian British engineering and stuff like that. I wonder if we stuck to our sort of guns and didn't go lager and bottom fermenting stuff because of, the sort of empire and British is best kind of thing. I don't know, but certainly it was a invention for us, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just why did taste change? Porter was the most popular beer in the country for 100 years, and then around about 1870, you start to see it being replaced by mild ale, and then mild ale was the most popular beer until around about 1960, and then suddenly mild ale sales fall off a cliff, and they were replaced by bitter, and then bitter only lasts a short while, about 15 or 20 years, and finally in this country it's replaced by lager. Why do those taste changes happen? I have no idea. Yeah. What it does imply, though, and I keep saying this to people, is that if every other beer style has been replaced by something else, lager is going to be replaced one day. By what? I don't know. Whether it'll be by IPA or more hoppy lagers or something, but mainstream lager beers, simply because all other mainstream beer styles have been replaced, you can be pretty certain that mainstream lager will be replaced by something. What you can't be certain of is what will replace it.
We can just pray it's not hard seltzer.
Just before we move to anything else, Martin, are there any styles other than porter from the past that you think could come back big in the future? Like what can we do from the past?
The one I would love to see come back is a style that is so obscure that people get very confused by its name. Is Burton Ale. They particularly get confused because something called Burton Ale was produced in 1976, which was actually a pale ale. Burton Ale was the beer that brewers in Burton brewed before they started brewing IPA, and it's very quite dark, sort of dark amber, very fruity, normally quite strong beer. Young's Winter Warmer is a classic Burton Ale. Marston's Old Roger, another classic Burton Ale. And I love those beers, particularly during the winter. And I would love to see that style come back from the past. But as I say, it's so rare to see any beers like that. You know, they've vanished, and there is not any more. I don't think a public taste, a public desire for those sorts of strong, dark, fruity beers, which is a huge pity. They're fantastic.
There's the Cheshire Brew House recently released a Burton Ale that was absolutely delicious and turned me on to the style, and I've been trying to hunt down some more to find out more, and it's been very tricky. We've just had I'm going to take this super chat. We've got a question for you, Martin, and then we've got one other question I want to tackle, and then we'll let you go. But Dan asks, at what point did we see stout supporters lose their acidity and tartness, as was typical to barrel-aged porters?
Well, this is a thing that was going on really from the beginning of the 19th century. You start to see people wanting porters served more mild, in other words, young. And it had become the habit. They started off in the 18th century loving the long-aged porters, which are really quite, although not as sour as a lambic would be that have been stored for so long because of the high hop rate, still quite tart and sour. Then around about the beginning of the 19th century, they started mixing mild porter and stale porter. And you would go into a pub and you would order from the landlord. You would have two hand pumps there, one serving mild porter, one serving stale porter, and you would say to him how you wanted it served. So he'd say, pint of porter, please, and serve it mild, which meant give me a little bit more, rather more of the mild porter than of the stale porter. And increasingly, people started not wanting the stale porter at all. They just wanted the mild porter. So by the end of the 19th century, they were no longer aging the porters at all, and they were pulling down the big vats that they used to age the porter in to get the stale porter. And it had just turned into mild porter then. So by then it was increasingly weak, increasingly short storage beer. So still quite sweet, probably.
Okay, and we had another question which is quite interesting on a similar topic. What about Baltic porters? These are stronger than stout?
Well, yes, Baltic porter is a fascinating story. Because it's this whole thing about how porter became the world's first favourite beer. A beer that had been brewed really for the London working classes somehow became popular literally all over the world, and not just with the working classes. So you get, in America, people like George Washington and all the American revolutionaries, they drank loads of porter. They were supplied by a guy who actually was the son of a London porter brewer, a guy called Robert Hare, who emigrated to America just before the revolution and started brewing in Philadelphia and supplying people like Washington. There was a huge trade of porter to the Baltic states. So you get, and what you then get is the locals start brewing as well. So you get porter being brewed in Sweden, which of course it still is, Carnegie porter. Porter brewed in Russia, and porter brewed in Poland, particularly when Poland, by the 1820s, was no longer an independent country, and it had been taken over by the Russians. And the Russians at various times banned imports of everything from Britain, and including porter. So the Poles, who by now have become very fond of the porter that they were getting, started brewing it themselves. The style that they were being exported, double stout style, so around about 1080 gravity, 7.5%, 8% alcohol, called porter because that's what they were all the beers were called porter, even though some of them were stout porter. So the Poles continued calling this beer that they were brewing porter, even though it was a stout strength. Eventually, by the 1870s or so, in Poland at this time, it was an increase, which was still very, very heavily Germanic, actually. There was an awful lot of Germans still living in Poland. They were increasingly brewing Bavarian-style lager beers, dark lagers, mostly. So as they were doing this, they started, some Polish brewers, not all, started producing their porters with bottom fermentation yeasts and using bottom fermentation techniques as well. So this is what became known as Baltic porter, although the name Baltic porter nobody's entirely certain who invented it. Michael Jackson has been given credit, but somebody else was in print using the term Baltic porter, an American guy called Bill Yenny, or that's how you pronounce his name. I never know how to pronounce his name. Yenny. Anyway, he used the term Baltic porter before Michael Jackson did. In the early 1990s, I think. So Baltic porter was like an invented term to describe these bottom fermented porters. As it happens, the biggest Polish porter brewer, based in Warsaw, was always a top fermented porter brewer, but an awful lot of the others, like Okocim and Zawiak and so on, were making bottom fermented porters. They were, as I said, based on British double stout. So, but they were called porters because historically, even the double stouts were called porters. Imperial, there's a lot of confusion now between Imperial porter and Baltic porter. Imperial porter is and always was stronger than the Polish double stout. So Imperial porter was a triple stout, or it just actually properly called Imperial porter, and that was the stuff that the Empress of Russia supposedly loved and adored, and was exported for a very long time from London to the Baltic. So I hope that answers that question. They're not really stronger than a stout. They are a stout, but they're called a porter because historically that's what they were called when they were being sent out there. Okay, yeah, it's confusing. I'm sorry.
Why do you think? Why was porter the first superstar beer that made it all around the world? Like you said, George Washington was drinking it, the Tsaress of Russia. Was it just because of the reach of the empire and everything at that point that it was able to permeate, or was it that good?
Yes. It was certainly true that we, Britain rules the waves. Hurrah, let's wave that Union Jack and be thoroughly in line with guidelines. Yes, without a doubt, it was the imperial reach that enabled porter to be exported around the world. And it's a little known fact, or at least I'm plugging it hard. We sent more porter to India than we did pale ale. The troops in India drank the porter. It was only the officers drank the pale ale. And we sent huge amounts of porter to India through the 19th century to be drunk by the troops in their barracks. And so we had the fleet and the mercantile power to export it, but it wouldn't have taken off. It wasn't just that we said to them, it's not like we used to say to the Chinese, "Here's our opium, you're going to buy it or else." We didn't force these people to like it. It was a very popular drink, and it was a popular drink because it was a very flavoursome drink. And I think my personal theory. I don't know about this, but I think that it's because porter went very well with the sorts of foods that people were eating. There's pre-refrigeration, so the food is going to have, very powerful tastes because, it was going off.
Gamey.
It's very ripe and so, and you needed that would stand up to it, so, which porter does very well. Porter, the very first mention of porter as a name for a beer, which is 300 years ago next month, actually, funnily enough, is in connection with drinking porter in a cook shop and eating beef and cabbage. So it always went with food. The porterhouse steak is named because that's the steak that you ate in a porterhouse. You see loads and loads of references to eating food and drinking porter at the same time. So I think it was because it was a beer that was, we totally lost this over the past 100 years. It was a beer that really, really went very well with the sorts of foods that people were eating. And that's why it proved very popular, I think. That's my theory.
There's sort of like sweet sort of richness that would maybe hide a lot of sins in the food.
And in the brewery to some extent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why porter took off in the American beer revival, the American microbrewery revival, is because compared to a lager, it's a lot easier to brew a porter and hide the faults in it. So if you're starting off as a brewer, and they all admit this. I've spoken to quite a few guys, and they've all admitted, yeah, we brewed a porter because we could get away with not being absolutely necessarily.
Hey, well, our man Greg started with an American pale ale, so he was confident. So our last question to you is just so you're drinking the Railway Porter right now. Is that correct? Yes. What do you think of beer? Just as a beer lover.
No, it's very good. It's it's got all those flavours that you would want from a porter. There's also a little bit of underlying sweetness there, but there's the burnt and toasty flavours. There's a fair amount of bitterness, I think, which is what you really, there's the beauty of beers like this is that balance between sweet and bitter, which I think is what makes it work. And then on top of that, some roast. So you've got a bit. There's not too much. There's maybe a little bit of coffee in there, not so much chocolate really. But it's a well balanced and fairly moreish beer. It's not too strong, so that you could happily sit on this all night and not suffer the next morning. So yeah, it's a fine beer.
We'll be the judge of that, Martin.
My only objection is that by calling it Railway Porter, you're in danger of perpetuating a terrible myth that I've seen some Americans come up with, that was named after railway porters. They were sitting around waiting for the rail trains to turn up 100 years later. I don't think so, really. But anyway, that's my only criticism.
Well, Martin, thank you so much for coming on and chatting. Like, the comments have just been unbelievable. Everybody's had their minds blown continually by the knowledge you've imparted. So thank you so much for that.
You've let me burble on about beer for so long, quite so long. Good Lord, almost an hour.
Not at all. There's even some calls for us to start a podcast with you. So maybe we'll be in touch. But yeah, thank you for everything you do and for the resources that File is. And we'll endeavour to, when we pass this information on, to get it right because of all the amazing work you do. So thank you.
Indeed, and thank you very much for the beer as well. It was great.
Cheers, Martin. All the best, Martin. Cheers. What an amazing mind that is. It's just I get lost on Zitherfile like daily with the research I'm doing for my new book. I spend hours on it every single day, and I love it. And it's beautifully written as well, and lots of lovely images of old school adverts and stuff. So if you don't know zitherfile.co.uk, do go check it out. Just Google any history question you have. Go onto Google, put the question in, then put Zitherfile, and it's quite likely that Martin has the answer. So we're now moving back. We're going to show you episode 2 of our homebrewing best odyssey that happened last summer. I've got lots of questions for Greg. Mostly, did he believe I could do it? And secondly, did I genuinely do it? He tastes it at the end of this episode. So we're going to plow on and get that episode playing. And we'll see you on the other side when we'll be able to ask Greg those questions.
With British pubs closed thanks to COVID-19, my desperation for a properly pulled pint of real ale reached fever pitch last week, resulting in me not only brewing my own batch of the delicious 5 Points Best, but sourcing a second-hand beer engine to pour it through a sparkler. If you missed that brew day, click the card in the corner. But if you're ready to find out what happened next, you'll be pleased to know the first stage of fermentation went to plan. The next step is to move the beer into a second sealed container to ferment a little more under pressure. That naturally forces carbonation into the beer over a few days, a key process in making traditional real ale. For that, I've chosen to use old school bag-in boxes. So there's a long way to go before I get to sample my first cask pint since March, and some vital equipment left to arrive too. So fortuitously, the first thing to arrive via mail order was my bag-in-box setup, which is what I need first, and it arrived just a couple of days before this finished fermenting. This was trolling me by the end. Like, I thought it was done, like there'd be 6 hours of nothing, and then towards the end it was like, I don't think I've heard it go all. I feel like while I'm filming this, it's going to do it. But I'm pretty sure it's reached its final gravity there. Greg at 5 Points doesn't actually do it that way. He will take it and crash it, cold crash it, before it hits final gravity. But that's because he knows what final gravity is. Having never brewed this, having never mashed that before, having never used this yeast before, I don't quite know exactly how it's all going to behave. So I've let it finish, and then I'm going to prime it, which means adding more sugar before I put it into the bag-in boxes. So this is my amazingly trendy box. My first step is to assemble these, and then into that I'm going to insert my bags. These bags do not look hefty, like not even extra safe condom. Like, I'm a bit worried whether these will last under pressure. It's going to be quite a long process because I've got to get all of the beer out of this container and into another bucket, which I've got down here, so that I can add the priming sugar, the priming solution to that. It's about 50 grams of sugar, so I just bit of boiling water, mix it up, put it in there, and then transfer the beer on top of it. I'm going to montage that, and hopefully by the end of it, magically, the hand pull will have arrived. Okay, we're all in, which is lucky because I was running out of beer books. If it's about to go into the bags, I'm really worried about the amount of DO, dissolved oxygen, that I'm getting through all these transfers, but I'm hoping that that secondary fermentation that's going to happen is going to chew up lots more of that oxygen, like happens when you first go into the fermenter. I'm also slightly worried. I had 19 and a bit in the fermenter. I'm down to about 18, which means I might have slightly overdone my priming sugar. But this is what happens when you homebrew, and it's part of the fun. So, man has created real ale. Super chuffed with that. I might have created a monster though, because this shows me that it's fermented down to 1.011. But actually, because my recipe was going to end up a little bit less alcoholic, that's cool. I just hope we don't lose that bitter sweetness. So I could just drink that in 5 or 6 days' time once it's fermented out, once we've got some carbonation in there. But I don't want to do that. I need to wait for the hand pull to arrive so that I can use a sparkler to give it the traditional northern and indeed 5 Points pour. But also because it's not really real ale in my view until it's coming out of a hand pump. But the question is, when is that hand pull going to arrive? No fucking way. Right, so the beer is put to bed, or bag, or box, and the time has come to open my hand pull, which arrived remarkably on cue. So this has come pretty much direct from RLBS, who supply pubs, and this is a renovated one. So I'm not quite sure what damage is going to be done, so I'm going to give it a test before I risk my beer on it. I didn't know unboxing videos were so hard. Oh, it's alive! Wow. That is a proper cask handle. I don't know what I expected when I bought a proper cask handle, but that is a proper cask handle. The best 108 quid I have ever spent. Especially since I ordered it to come with this amazing gizmo, which allows me to pour directly from the Vitop connector I've got in my bag-in boxes. I've got a load of cleaning solution that I've put into a third bag for a box. It's got the right fitting on it, so I'm just going to try and pull that through and see if it works. There's good noises. I can see liquid moving. Is it going to come out of my sparkler? Yeah! Oh my god. I have a cask handle in my house. Now we just need to see if the beer is carbonated. So I'm recording a couple of days later. I'm very happy to say that those bags were carbing up really nicely, really inflating, and I've popped them in the fridge now to stop that fermentation happening, to chill them down to the serving temperature of around 10 degrees, to settle out some of that sediment, and to start absorbing some of that CO2, which is what starts happening at lower temperatures. In the meantime, I've made some super cute spaceman-like outfits for those boxes so that when I get to pour them, they stay at that temperature for as long as possible while I'm pouring. I've also been putting in some calls to some friends and beer geeks, because even when it's a Fuggle-led, delicious 4%-ish bitter, that's a lot of beer for me to drink, 20 litres. So we're going to crack it on Beer Day Britain, which is on Monday, and I'm going to see how many of those beer geeks turn up to try some. Okay, so after a short, sharp lesson in physics, namely gravity, and that if you put your cask ale above your handle, it's just going to drip, I'm now ready for the first ever pour of this beer. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that I'm shaking. I'm not going to show you this pour. I want you guys to see it as it comes up. You can just read my face as this pours. What I'm going to be looking for is a lovely tight head, good clarity, as good a clarity as we can possibly get, and hopefully some nice aromas bouncing up the glass at me. This is the moment of truth. Oh my god. Would you look at that? I never expected it to look that good, ever in a million years. That head is so beautiful. That colour is perfect. I mean, it is hazy as hell. That is New England level hazy. So something's gone a little bit wrong there, but there's no reason to think that won't still be delicious. And I'm seeing body and carbonation rising up the glass, which was the hardest thing to get right here. Right, let's give this a go. Yes, spice, caramel. Little edge of fruitiness from the yeast. Yeah, a little bit peachy. No grassiness or anything there. Really happy with the presentation of the hops. Why am I waiting? Why am I waiting? That is not bad. That is not bad at all. Lovely caramel profile. Lovely, lovely Fuggles finish. Really kind of biting at my tongue, going snap, snap, snap with that bitterness, that brambly fruitiness. It is all there. My only issue is it is slightly dry and thin, which, you know, when I said earlier I'd brewed a monster, I think it did ferment a lot further than maybe I'd wanted it to. Otherwise, all those flavour profiles are there. All of them. I'm going to come cheers, you guys. Who could that be? Hello.
What's up?
Bradley.
Hey, man.
Hey, man, I'll be down in a sec. I've got a treat for you.
Awesome. Hey! Look at that! Yes! Yes!
So Bradley, we can't actually cheers, but air cheers. It's good to see you, man. How are you?
Mate, it's great to see you. I'm good. And I tell you what, it's f***ing great to be back doing this.
Back in front of the camera again,
exactly.
Even if we're socially distanced. Yeah. What do you think of it? Like, what are your memories of Best beforehand? And is this hitting, like, you know, flavours linked to memory so much? Is it tickling those memories of the Pembury?
It's like a sort of putting on a lovely jacket. It's a soothing beer. I'd like to settle in and just drink it. It's got a caramelly kind of stuff going on, bitterness.
Is it there? Is that big bitterness and that kind of almost sweet caramel, but it's quite a dry beer? So implications of caramel. Is it there?
Mate, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I'm kind of blown away.
So now the final test is to see what some beer geeks think about it. And hopefully any second now we're going to get some. First up was Claire Bullen, Good Beer Hunting editor and author. Welcome to our makeshift pub. Brad is the welcome party. I'll get you a pint.
A pint! It's got nice bitterness. Really nice bitterness at the end there, actually. But it's got that kind of sweet, bready, toffee thing that I love so much about the beer. It's really balanced.
Then came Phil, who runs my local bottle shop, Caps and Taps.
How's it going, man? Got the glassware, look at this.
We're Michael Jackson's coming to grab a glass from you. There you go, my man.
Thank you. I feel like it's lacking a little bit of body.
A little bit of body.
Yeah.
That's what I actually said. I said earlier in the video, it's gone a little bit dry, which has meant it's gone a little bit thin.
Yeah, it's a little bit thin, but that's apart from that, cracking.
Yeah. Honesty. I want honesty. My heart's broken like my glove is now. And then my oldest friend, Rich Soames. What do you think, Rich? Is it taking you back to the Southampton Arms?
You know what? I feel like I'm in a pub.
Outside a pub.
Yeah, a very drafty pub.
Did I mention he was a comedian? We whiled away the next few hours getting through most of the first box. There's no higher praise than people sinking 3 pints of your homebrew in quick succession, but as I sat there, I started to realise that the feedback I really needed could only come from one person. I'm coming, Greg! How are you? You well? No, we'll awkwardly... Okay, Greg, on a scale of 1 to 10, what are your expectations?
I'm reasonably confident, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd say like a 7.
Well, the head's gone, but...
Head's gone. Colour looks good. Definitely the right sort of ambery colour. I mean, it's really clean. Fuggle comes across nicely. Nice malt character. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely resembles 5 Points Best.
Ballpark?
It's definitely ballpark. I don't know if maybe we pick up a bit more... I think maybe the crystal malt comes across a bit more, actually. Maybe we pick up a bit more bitterness from the initial charge, maybe.
I think our bitterness is a little bit lower. I think... Weirdly, I get a bit more roast from it than caramel.
Yeah.
Which I don't know whether I picked like 1 too darker caramel
could be
malt when I shopped.
Yeah, there is a slight sort of roasty, toasty character. It's pleasant though.
So Greg, if it wasn't muled with this, if it was sparkled so it had a bit more life to it, a bit more head, would you go back for a second if you had a pint of that?
Well, that's the key question, isn't
Yeah.
it? I think I would.
You would?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, it's really clean, flavoursome. So it's a really nice beer.
I'll take that.
Cheers. Cheers.
So there we have it. A brewer-approved homebrewed pint of 5 Points Best. It will never replace a pint at the Southampton, but there's a unique thrill to nailing your own beer. Oh my god, absolutely ecstatic with that feedback. I am going home to celebrate with my own hand-pulled pint of 5 Points Best in my own lounge. Cheers, guys. We'll see you soon.
One comes around one today. They don't see things the same. Two walk like two out the door. Then you have magic. One comes around one today. They don't see things the same. Two walk like two out the door. Then you have magic.
Mate, that was epic. Video of the year, what a story. To think that you can make that at home, like, the adventure was amazing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that I think we'll look back on that in a couple of years, or even a year's time, as a bit of a watershed moment for Craft Beer Channel. Because it was the first proper homebrew we'd done. I think it was the first real like narrative edit that we ever did, where it was like we've had an idea, and half an hour later we'll hopefully come through on it.
We've had an idea. We've bought a beer engine. Now I have Cask at home. Incredible.
Yes, I do.
It was great to see that again. It was like, yeah, appreciate your commitment to it as well, and how seriously you took it from, taking one of our recipes and following through.
I mean, I had fuck all else going on, to be honest.
Can I just say the condition on it was amazing, and when you poured that pint out, the head on it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know whether that was not pure luck, but significant amounts of luck, or whether I could repeat that. I have no idea. When I first came to you, so I emailed you guys and said, this is what I want to do. Would you give me the recipe? Was there any sort of concern about what would be achievable and whether it would just be an embarrassment for the great brand of Best?
No, I don't think I ever thought it would be embarrassment, but I was certainly worried about the quality that might come back. But no, you lived up to it. You brewed it well, and you went out of your way to get the beer engine and the sparkler, as recommended.
I mean, the sparkler did come with the with the engine. I was like, no, okay, I will use it. Yeah, and I mean the fact that I had to put it in a growler and bring it to you because you weren't able to come to my house and give it a go. And I was super nervous on that ride over it, just sloshing on my back.
Yeah,
and the head was gone, that lovely condition. But it was just there was a lot more of that caramel character that edged into savoury, not caramel, but something else. But otherwise, maybe not quite as good a hop bitterness extraction, and it was just pretty good. I mean, it's nowhere near as good as this is, but it was.
I mean, we do it day in, day out.
Yeah, exactly, and on great equipment with great experience. Whereas
not in your front room,
not in my front room, with full fermentation control. Because also back then, I didn't ferment that in a beer fridge. The beer fridge came with the next one when we went for New England IPA, and I was like, I've got to have temperature control, so I've got to cold crash that. Whereas this one, I didn't have to cold crash. So it was just there in like 22-degree heat fermenting away. So yeah, I mean, there would have been lots and lots of ways, and that's what beer is about. Like what I made was a decent beer, and it's those little marginal gains that you get in professional brew with temperature control, with doing it again and again, with knowing your ingredients inside and out, where you make a great beer, which is what Best is, and I made a decent beer.
You take it from good to better to best.
There you go. So, thank you for giving us the opportunity to do that. And so our next segue is to breweries all around the world who have started making cask ale. I can guarantee you that all three of these breweries have significantly more experience than I did in making cask ale. And it's pretty exciting to see how much of that is going on abroad. Have you ever tried cask ale abroad?
Yeah.
Where I'm not going to say who. Have you had any good experiences of cask ale abroad?
Yeah, I have. I've had cask ale, not going to say where or when, but served much as we would expect it to be served over here, but something slightly not quite right. Temperatures, 4 degrees cellar temperature and things like that. But then again, I've had some amazing cask beer aboard as well. So, and I'm keen to see it go far and wide. It's this thing that, this whole event is about. I love it. And, more people can bring into it and understand it and enjoy it, the better, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if they're doing slightly wacky stuff with it, it's about learning what will work and what won't, and just trying it out. Because at the end of the day, cask is, it's a tradition, but it's a format, right? There's no not necessarily any rules.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We had amazing. They're not one of the videos we're about to show, but we had amazing cask ale at Forest and Main.
We sure did.
In Philadelphia, where we had they called it a session porter, basically a dark mild, and we had a saison on cask, which worked really, really well. It was they make mixed firm beer, but their culture doesn't have any lactobacillus or pediococcus in it, really. So and it all comes from their cherry tree outside. It's an amazing brewery. They were pulling it through a beer engine and making classic British styles, and it was amazing. And it was all in what felt like an old school British pub, like an old townhouse. So we have 3 international breweries who are making cask ale around the world. And they've very kindly sent in like 2, 3, 4 minute videos of what they do and how they do it, so that we can get outside of our little cask bubble. And you guys, where you are, might be closer to these people to visit if you're not from the UK, or it might be somewhere you might want to visit if you're from the UK. These videos are amazing, all different styles, different brewers, different people, but it's super cool. So we'll play the first one, which is Flora Hall, who are from Canada, and are doing some more idiosyncratic cask ale styles. So we'll give that a watch, and we'll be back in just a sec.
Hello to all you 5 Points fans and Cask fans out there. We've had a Cask program going here at Flora Hall since we opened the bar back in 2017, and customers love it. Customers and the brewers don't always agree on what makes a great cask beer. I'm kind of a purist, as is Rod and his brewing team, but customers typically love the addition of things to the cask. So we've done some over the years that replicate cocktails. So we'll take a sour and we'll add tequila and lime and salt into that cask. And those are the types of things that really drive a lot of excitement. One of the things that our customers love about our cask program is that we do it out in the bar area, and it provides a little bit of entertainment, in particular when you're adding things that provide a source of fermentation and so on. You can have quite a surprise when you tap that cask. Across Ontario, there's quite a lot of interesting casks. There's one brewery in Waterloo actually that runs an annual event, Cask Days. We've had it on our list, but it's quite a distance. I mean, for people in the UK, it's about 1,000 miles from here. So it's a fair distance, even though it's in the same province as we are. It's just good to see that particular style of beer take root here in Canada.
Yeah, making casks is a fun experience. A lot of work goes into them. The really cool thing is you get to experiment with some interesting ingredients. Personally, my favorite casks are more traditional styles that you would find in England. So yeah, I kind of want to bring that back here to Ottawa. I guess it's just it's kind of a fun time here at the pub. Like, we throw them on Friday afternoons. There's always something different. Customers like seeing us tap the cask. There's unlimited things you can do with casks. You'll see a lot of IPAs with candies in them and stuff like that. And we did a stout with Lucky Charms in it, and to be honest, it tasted pretty good.
It's a thing of beauty, right?
So that was the amazing Flora Hall. What a beautiful brewery.
Super impressive.
Yeah, I mean the size of the American craft brew scene and the money and the love that goes into it is
next level.
Yeah, a real model to be followed. So we'll talk about all the breweries at the end. We're now going to go to Machine House, which is in Oregon, and these guys love mild, which means it's important that we give them the time that they need.
Hello, my name's Bill Arnott. I own and run Machine House Brewery here in Seattle, Washington. We're an English-style brewery, making all cask and bottle conditioned ales, focusing for the most part on pretty classic styles. Wanted to talk a little bit about our dark mild, which is one of our kind of flagship beers, one of 3 beers we started with. It's kind of become a little bit of a cult favorite in Seattle, especially among brewers and craft beer nerds, for being just kind of so against the grain of the typical Northwest IPA that really dominates the scene here. So when we came out in 2013 with a 3.7% classic English dark mild that was only available on cask, I think, well, a lot of people didn't get it, but the people that did were super excited. And ever since then, the momentum has just built with this beer, and it's gained a good following around the city. We actually have a month-long celebration in March of our dark mild called March Mildness, where customers can win prizes according to how many milds they drink throughout the month. And it started off as a really kind of silly idea, but has developed into a kind of a serious thing that a lot of people get really into. So we're quite proud to see so many people, you know, American craft beer nerds come and drink pint after pint of dark mild throughout the month. And it's satisfying for us to be brewing a beer that we want to brew and we know is good, and people kind of embracing that rather than just doing IPAs all the time. Wanted to also mention these boxes that we've been doing, 5-liter bag-in boxes. These have kind of saved us through the pandemic, where this time last year, all the pubs closed, of course, same in England, and we had to find a new route to serve our beer. We do have bottle conditioned beers as well, but we wanted an extra route to serve kind of an equivalent of cask ale in people's houses, and this is something I'd wanted to try for a while, sort of similar to polypins but a smaller size. And yeah, I've been really happy with how customers have embraced these and gotten into drinking 5 liters of cask ale at home. It's been a nice surprise for us this year, and hopefully we keep it going in the post-COVID era. But yeah, inside we have a tap room with 7 beer engines. There's been a lot more around Seattle since we opened, which is cool to see. And so, yeah, if you're ever in Seattle, please come and stop by and have a few pints of bitter or mild with us. Cheers.
Roast dinner.
It's just Brad getting hungry there talking about roast dinners. So, I mean, what an amazing place Machine House looks like. It's in Washington.
Yeah,
it's not in Oregon.
It's in Seattle. I've been to Seattle years ago, and I don't know whether it was there years ago, but it looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it really does. I'd love to go see inside it and see like 7 beer engines, 7 cask ale handfuls at a brewery in Seattle is just amazing. And to dedicate a whole month to mild is something that even the UK we don't do. I love that
March mildness.
Yeah, I love the sort of the. I mean, it's exotic, right? It's the exoticness of it that's allowed them to do that.
We're in March mildness now.
We are, except we're drinking, I think 5 Points. I think Greg mentioned a mild might happen one day, but I don't know whether he can talk about it or not, so I'm doing it while he's not here. So yeah, that looks amazing, Machine House. We'll talk about where to find them in a sec. We're just going to play the last video that was sent in to us from the amazing Maku Brewing in Sweden. Is it Sweden? It's not going to be Norway or Denmark? Finland. It's been a long day. I apologize to all involved. Finland, Maku Brewing from Finland, who have put together a great video all about their cask ale.
Cheers from the icy realms of Finland. My name is Juho. I work as the community manager of Maku Brewing. We're a carbon neutral craft brewery located next to the capital city of Helsinki, Finland. Our company started in 2014 when there was only around 30 craft breweries here in Finland. Nowadays the amount of craft breweries or breweries in total in Finland is around 120. In 2014, two of our founding members, Jussi and Juhani, met in Dublin on a commission. They worked as IT professionals and somehow they felt like that wasn't their job. They really wanted to do something they love, and so they returned to Finland and they set up Maku Brewing. About 95% of the beer consumed here in Finland is pale lager. We like to challenge that by brewing approachable beers, a big variety of different types of styles. There are German styles, continental European styles, British styles, American styles, you name it, we got it. An interesting fact about us. Our most sold product is the Maku IPA, which stands at 7.3 ABV. It is the first commercial product that we introduced in 2014, and ever since it has stayed in our variety and it has won several domestic and international awards. It's truly a modern classic here in Finland. Now I'll let Daniel, our brand activation manager, tell you more about our Cask ales. Cheers.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Hines. I'm the brand activation manager for Maku Brewing over here in Finland. You find me today in one of Finland's first and original Cask Ale pubs, Black Door, located in downtown Helsinki. We have a chance today to tell you a little bit about ourselves and about Cask Ale culture over here in Finland. So some of the first ales that made their ways onto a pub were actually Finnish produced. It was only later on that brands like Fuller's and Shepherd's Neame started to appear. There was a growing interest in the late 90s to the early 2000s into this style of beer, and specifically Finnish craft beer society started really pushing this style to the forefront, and people started to slowly track down and find new ways of enjoying craft ale. Now, to give you an idea of how small this cask ale culture was, you generally find the casks are only put on for the Friday and the Saturday night of a particular weekend, so people can get the best quality possible. We enjoy things like bitters, ordinaries, best bitters and ESBs. But this style of course evolves into things like porters as well, which is a very common thing to be enjoyed in this part of the world, alongside of course your classic lagers. Cask ale culture is still very much a small niche within the Finnish craft beer scene, but it's something that we at Maku believe is really important to push forward. We like to look at beers in our portfolio with low ABVs and balance in every aspect of the beer, and put those into casks and get those out to our customers who are keen to have something special to put on tap. Some of our most beloved beer styles are Mosaic American Pale Ale, our Irish Red Ale, or our Amber Ale, which we're coming out with again soon. So once the pubs open up again in Finland, hopefully some pubs can start moving out the door. Cheers.
So there you go. Cask Ale is spreading all over the world. And I don't know about you, next year, March Mildness?
March Mildness. It warms my heart to know that we could go from, well, actually the North Americas, basically, and into parts of Europe and get, some cask.
I mean, it does still happen in Belgium as well. Like if you go on Tour de Gueurs, which is the biannual, is that every 2 years? Or is that twice a year? Every 2 years, there's the Tour de Gueurs, which is the celebration of Lambic, and I think it's Driefonteinen and Beer Cells serve their creek on sparkler cask pools, which is quite a delight.
I've had Canton on the cask.
There you go. Yeah, it's really great because I think it's the right level of carbonation for the fruited ones. I think it's really nice. So if I had one criticism of Lambic, it's a gassy beer.
Yeah,
it's a gassy beer.
So you were saying, Greg, about cask being like a format to serve beer, like vinyl or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's a way to serve it, but it's like it's a way that is it commands respect. I think in a way, there's a lot of love that has to go into it for it to be served properly.
So there's almost like in a sort of like allegory to vinyl, you can hear different things maybe in the curves of the like grooves of the record. Maybe there's nuances that are in that cellaring process and everything.
I would agree with that. Yeah, particularly like over the sort of 2 or 3 days that cask is open to the atmosphere, there are going to be changes in that. I love that. I'll take that.
Is it interesting? I remember you saying that to me before, that you enjoy the way that the cask beer develops over 3 days, whereas generally the perception is it's best as soon as it's tapped.
Yeah,
and it's dead by 3 days. You quite enjoy the changes that can happen during.
I mean, they're really subtle changes. You have to know the beer that you're drinking to pick them up. But there are some changes, and I love that. Yeah.
Interesting. Right, well, so we are coming towards the end of this stream. I know it's hard to believe 3 3/4 hours in that this could possibly end, but we're getting there. So the last segment that we have is, as always, the Q&A section. So we are about to welcome Ed Mason back. So we have the 2 co-founders of 5 Points on here, and we'd love to have your questions, any that we've missed along the way, any that you've been saving especially for this. Please do drop them in the comments, and we'll try to get through as many as we can. Some will be missed, I'm really sorry, but we'll try to get to all of them. If you have questions for me and Brad as well, do drop those in as well, and we'll see if we've got time. But if not, we have 2 more live shows coming. We're live again next Saturday, and we're live again next Friday, interviewing Pahala and doing a brewery tour with those guys. So you can save them for then if we don't get to you. So let's bring Ed back on. Hello, Ed.
Ed.
I've just muted you. Oh no, you've muted yourself. You've chosen to mute yourself, Ed. Can you choose to unmute yourself?
I have muted myself. Apologies.
It was such a parental message. It's like, you can't unmute Ed Mason because he's chosen to mute himself. It was a very weird message to get back. How have you enjoyed the show, Ed?
It's been great. No, I've watched it. I've watched the whole thing. Obviously, it's been great. I kind of felt a little guilty at the start of the show when I said that Cask Ale was uniquely British style, and then we saw those kind of really interesting examples of international breweries doing a really, really great job with Cask Ale. So clearly it is spreading far and wide. But and Martin Cornell's piece, of course, was really, really good. Yeah, it would be great. I'll pick it up with you after the show, but it would be great to maybe we could chop up some of the pieces of tonight's broadcast and kind of share them more widely. The Martin Cornell piece, the beer and pizza tasting. I thought it was great.
Even the beer and pizza tasting.
It maybe went on a little, but
yeah, we'd love to do that, and yeah, we can put it on whatever format I think will suit people. So yeah, welcome back to the show. So we're going to do our Q&A now. So I'm going to click the button that says it's Ask Us Anything time, which is with some emojis. So yeah, any questions you have, if you want to guarantee you get to ask your question, hit us up in the super chats, and that supports what we do on the channel as well. So let's dive back to the start. Where's the first question? Here we go. Right, Greg and Ed. How important is the glassware when it comes to cask? So what glassware do you guys love, and why do you love it?
I mean, before we get to the type of glassware, the glass has to be clean. I know that's really obvious to say, but it's got to be really clean. And like, you know, we have regimes in place in our pubs to make sure that they are sort of taken back to renovation, and that is crucially important. In terms of the shape, I mean, I love both the sort of standard shape like that and the dimpled jug. I mean, glassware is important from a sensory point of view. Like, we have sensory glassware. I'm trying to get the most out of it, but it's also what you enjoy drinking out of. And I've got to say, I'm a fan of the.
Yeah. There's a tactile element to it, I guess, isn't there? It's not just what gets the best aroma; it's what feels good. Yeah. And that's why I enjoy the stemless, what a stemless wine glass is, because you get that pint feel, but it's a kind of a conicled inverse conical shape.
I'm a little bit jealous of Martin Cornell's.
Well, that tankard, but even that tankard went inwards, didn't it?
Yeah.
So even back in the 1800s, they knew
what they were doing.
They knew. Anything to add, Ed?
Very little.
What are you drinking right now?
I am drinking. I'm drinking best. I'm actually drinking out of a. It's actually because it's the closest thing I have to a pint dimple jug to hand, but it's a Bud Bar limited edition kind of.
Nice.
Which is very similar, isn't it? Like these, the Czechs drink out of dimpled mugs as well.
Yeah. Slightly different shape, aren't they?
Slightly different shape, more bowl.
Yeah, it's like barrel-y sort of.
Barrel shape. That's the one.
Somebody did ask the question on the thread earlier about, what is the sort of provenance of the dimple glass and does it give anything to the drinking experience? And I genuinely don't know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer either, but I'd like to speculate that it's almost like a fat, when beer became clearer and you could see through the beer and glassware became more dominant. I feel like making facets in the glassware is almost like you cut a diamond or something to see the luster in it.
Ooh,
I wonder whether
it gets some light dancing.
I feel like it makes the light dance through the pint.
It's a very romantic answer. I like it.
I think that's probably where the dimple came from.
That's a fact. Martin Cornell, write it down. 2021, January? March. Next question. Guillaume Cotter Levesque. I apologize. I did German at school. Opinions on cask finings. What do you guys do at the brewery?
We do fine our casks. So our casks aren't vegan generally. But that said, we use it sparingly and only if we need to. Our porter, we don't fine.
Right. Because you're not looking for that sparkling bright.
Right, exactly. And we're always looking for other ways to do things, which, they would most likely involve finings, but probably not isinglass, which I'm guessing is what we're talking about here. And we've trialed some things, but we haven't really got the results that we're looking for yet.
Right.
But, something that we're always on the radar with. We're like, all of our other products, a keg or can or bottle, are always vegan and always will be. And it is something that we're looking to change. And but we have to find the right.
Once the flavour's not affected, you're all in. Yeah.
So I guess it's a flavour thing, isn't it? I was going to say like haze bros and stuff might be into a hazy cask, but it would be a flavour sort of thing.
It's a flavour and it's a consistency thing as well. One of the things about isinglass is that they will generally clear a cask of beer again and again, whereas the vegan equivalents that we've used, they are sort of one or two shot wonders, and then that's it. There's no point. So it's about getting that consistency in the drinkers, in the pub's hand first, and then the drinker's hand. But it is something we're looking at.
So Paul Reeve asks, do you brew beer differently according to the format it will be served in? Cask, keg, can, bottle?
So we start with the same base recipes. So all the beers will start the same way. If we're brewing for cask, we'll shut the fermentation off early. So we'll put on the cooling, basically. So we'll start cooling a tank before the fermentation is actually finished. We'll package it, and then as that cask warms up, fermentation will start again. That is the main.
So it's final few points, add the carbonation to the beer. Yeah. James Farthing says, can you book the 5 Points outdoor tap room yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Soon, very soon.
Soon you'll be releasing an online.
Yeah, I think if you sign up to the newsletter, you get first bit.
We're going to open bookings from Thursday the 15th, and that first weekend will be our investors and mailing list only. So we'll be open to the general public from Thursday the 22nd, I think.
Can anyone get on the mailing list still, and then they
exactly. No. Anybody can get on the mailing list, absolutely. But it's just we'll be giving mailing list and investors first dibs.
So you go. Head to the 5 Points website and sign up, and you'll get early access to book a spot at the tap room. Alex Kennedy asks, why not do Juper on cask?
Well, funny enough, we have once off, and in my mind, I think it's a sort of beer that isn't necessarily suited for cask, and actually, going back on the previous question, that is one recipe that we changed slightly when we did brew it on cask. We added some more bitterness to it because
it would have been too flabby and juicy, not.
Yeah, at the sort of temperatures and the carbonation we've been talking about today, I in my head it would have been a bit too cloying.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, cloying is a better word than flabby.
Yeah, but yeah, we have done it as a once-off, but that is an exception. That was a different recipe.
Yeah. Andy Topham asks, can technology help spread cask beer to make it more available? Is there any sort of innovations happening in the technology space that could help?
We're looking at that right now.
Sorry, Ed?
I was saying we're looking at that right now.
Could you say what you're looking at? Oh, you mean
eventually this, I think, being able to share our experiences online, I think is a really exciting thing.
It's really nice to be part of the solution, not the problem, I've got to say.
Exactly. I think we've been sort of pussyfooting around it all night, but the idea is that the more people know about it, more people that are drinking it, the fresher it's going to be, the quicker we're going to get through it, the better it's going to taste. Mm-hmm. And the experience is going to get better and better. So it's just getting the word out.
There's also, I've seen a lot of innovation in terms of using data to try and help the cask ale segment. So looking at helping pubs know exactly how much wastage there is, how quickly they're putting through certain pints, and using electronics to literally calculate that. And also, like we talked about when we were with Pete in the cellar, the fact that he knows the temperature of the room, the temperature of the pipe, and the temperature of what's coming out is absolutely vital. Whereas, 10 years ago, we'd have only known the cellar temperature. We wouldn't have known for sure the rest of it. So there are, ways that technology can help.
I think that, the way that you have to be, more of a maestro to understand how to be a cellarman and that process, we should be fetishizing that. All the craft beer geeks should be getting into that, really rejoicing in how hard it is to make. Well, not how hard, but the level of skill it takes to make a perfect cask pint.
Yeah, I mean, many people have separated craft and cask, and nothing. I don't think anything is more at the heart of what craft was supposed to be like than cask ale is, and we should fetishize it a little bit more. Yeah, but mainstream wise, we've had a super chat come in from Nigel Gilbert. Thank you for supporting the channel. He asked, what are the chances of bag and box from 5 Points in future? Also, any chance of a mild?
Well, I'll answer the second part first. In that we actually had a mild planned for Cameron's mild May last year, 2020, but obviously COVID put an end to that. But yeah, of course, we would love to do a mild. It's one of those historical, traditional heritage styles that we're really interested in and would love to do. Bagging boxes, I mean, it's something that we haven't done. I think our sort of equivalent is the mini casks or the mini kegs that have been out tonight. And I personally, I just feel there's better sort of stability in those than the bag-in box. Mm-hmm. I feel like, I feel more confident sending beer out in one of those than a bag-in box where I don't know what's going to happen to it once it leaves our sort of control.
Yeah. Well, so Richard High has also asked a question. He said, any serves on serving cask at home? My dad's recently renovated an old pump and is planning to buy some cask ale to serve at the first post-COVID family get-together. So the first thing would be probably don't buy like a 40.
Yeah, it's a big family. It's a big family.
Depending on how many people are in your family. Yeah. Throughput is super important, and that beer will go off within 3 days if you don't finish it. Which means you're probably looking at bag-in-box, and there are great breweries that do bag-in-box. And if you look at the information that was in our homebrew video, you can find out how to pour that. The tips I would give is, if you're going to serve it, store it somewhere cold, turn it like the casks in the video today, turn it so it's vertical, because then once you're connected up, before you serve it, get it like that, because then you're not going to have any risk of explosions because the gas will leak, not the liquid. And then when you serve it, turn it up, chill it down for like at least 24 hours so it settles out, connect it up, serve it. If you're going to brew it yourself, then all the tips you need are in that video. But again, ferment it with a tap up, because then the explosion will be gas, not liquid. Any tips you could give, or Ed, to serving at home?
If it is a cask, you're looking for a stainless cask, just keep it cold before you serve it, and try and keep it cold, even if that's with frozen towels, wet frozen towels in the freezer or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly as we go into summer, just keeping that as cool as you can, and get best.
And a short line if you can do it as well. So short
line,
and Avian Alexander asks, as was mentioned in the vids just played now, have you or will you ever try adding adjuncts to your cask beer?
Depends what sort of adjuncts we're talking about. I mean, a long time ago, back in our early days, we did do a version of Railway Porter with some toasted coconut in, but it took me like 4 hours in my kitchen to toast that coconut. That's for one cask, and on a bigger scale it's difficult. I mean, we have on occasion added dry hops to the cask before filling the cask, and that always gives really good results. I'm always really happy with it, but from a production point of view, cleaning those casks out afterwards is an absolute nightmare. It's not something we can do regularly on a sort of day-to-day basis. But essentially we always consider it for the right beer and the right time.
So we've got a question from Sean Brewer, another super chat. It says, so we'll split this up because I want to get Ed's view on this as well. Ed, do you have any regrets in starting a brewery? And Greg, do you have any regrets in being a brewer? Ed first.
No, absolutely no regrets at all. It's been can't quite believe we're on kind of 8.5 years already. It's kind of flown by. It's been an amazing experience. As you guys will know, it's been there's a fantastic brewing community in the UK and internationally, and kind of I've always felt it's a really collaborative community. It's one of the the industries I've worked in that I've kind of there's a lot of love, there's a lot of shared experiences. Everybody is. I think what's quite interesting about the industry is that it's non-territorial. People are always willing to share ingredients or share experience, and whether that's we've fallen short on some malts or some hops on a brew day, and Greg has to call round and try and beg, steal, or borrow something, or I'm looking for experience, asking for some advice on a supplier or a business thing. It's everybody's very giving with their time, and that's been fantastic. We try and give back, of course, at the same time, and that's one of the great things. And I think no regrets at all.
I mean, I would mirror a lot of what Ed says from a brewing perspective as well. But on top of that, my day to day is really varied. I do so many different things, and that really appeals to me. And I've always been one that loves to learn and loves to, learn new things and acquire knowledge and all of that. And with brewing, that never ends. I don't think it's possible to ever know anything about or everything about brewing. It's one of those subjects you just can go deeper and deeper and deeper. And I love it.
And you're not in the brew house adding the hops sort of every day. So is a bit of the head brewing job is that learning process so that you know where to take things.
Yeah, of course. And, all the other things as well, like people management and scheduling and, dealing with suppliers. And, we work with amazing suppliers from Simpsons who supply our malt to Hewkins hops and, all of our other hop suppliers as well from around the world. And, it's a really broad and varied job. And, that's what has always appealed to me.
Mm-hmm. So I've got a question from Matt Simpson about trying to rescue the or increase the sales of cask ale. Should cask ales be smaller to help pubs and bars get through them quicker? I know this is a debate that has been had about smaller formats for cask to improve quality.
We have so a firkin is what most people will think of as a cask, which is 9 gallons or 41 litres. We have a number of pins, they're called, which are half that size, about 20 litres. We haven't, I don't think, generally had them available to sale, but it's something we've discussed in the past because, it is particularly if you're doing a more unusual beer in cask that isn't necessarily going to appeal to everyone in the same way, whether it's a higher strength or for whatever reason it's got adjuncts in it. It is something we have talked about making available. And the key is turning that whole cask over, whether it's 40 litres or 20 litres or a Kilderkin, which is 80 litres, which we also sell. You've still got to turn it over in 3 days. So,
Yes.
I mean, I think there is an argument for that.
Somebody's asking, all in caps, can you do a cask Nipah? Is that something that would ever interest you?
I mean,
that's a no.
It's possible. Maybe not for us.
But I mean, so you have the Jupa, like, which is short for juicy pale ale. So you were trying to, I guess, without producing a New England IPA, you're trying to get that stone fruit kind of character, not the citric character.
Yeah.
Good. Glad we cleared that up.
If you did make one, though, it would bring a different crowd into the cask.
People do make them, and you know,
it doesn't seem necessary. It's not something that's going to benefit necessarily from being on cask potentially.
No, not in my mind.
Yeah.
No, I think they're better suited to the sort of colder, slightly higher carbonation. Not necessarily a lot more, but just slightly more. Just, you know, for me, like beer and cask in particular is about drinkability, which is such one of those words that people use. But it's about, you know, you're trying to sell the second pint, not the first one.
Yeah. Yeah. And I also think that with New England IPA, a lot of that pillowy mouthfeel, that rich, heady aroma, and that very juicy kind of look, a lot of that is trying to create the cask ale feel on the tongue in keg. So, you know, if I was speaking to somebody who had never had a cask ale before, I probably would be like, that mouthfeel that you get on a New England IPA, it's a little bit like that. You know, there's lower carbonation, but everything else is a little bit similar. So to then put that on cask, you'd actually probably have to dial back as a recipe, because otherwise it would be.
It's exactly what we did with the Jupa when we put that on cask that one time. So we sort of recognised we would have to increase the bitterness slightly to make it as balanced as it is at 4 degrees and slightly higher carbonation than at cellar temperature and slightly lower carbonation.
Yeah.
It's about balancing those different things.
So Chris Stoner's just cracked the XPA. What is an extra pale ale?
So we used low color Marisotta. So it's very light in color as the base malt. We also added a lot more hops than at the time we were in our pale ale, or still are in our pale ale. It was like a sort of souped up version of our pale ale, but still really sessionable and lighter in color.
There we go. I love that beer, particularly in can. It's a brilliant necker, basically.
Thanks. Yeah.
I think what that beer is really great for. So, guys, we're coming to the end of the evening. We've got technically 3 minutes left. So, if there's any questions you guys want to ask, now is the time, or else you will miss your moment. We're getting lots of lovely comments saying thank you so much for this evening. Thank you guys for watching. Some of you have been here since the start, 4 hours and 10 minutes ago. So bless you. And thank you for everybody that's given a super chat to us. We've just got 2 more questions come in, and then I've got one last question for Greg and for Ed. So we'll just start with Zander, who asks, would English IPA benefit a lot from the real ale treatment? I mean, a lot of English IPA is on cask, but I guess that is a style more suited than the American IPA.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm a big fan of the idea of the historical English IPAs, and I think with the sort of flavors you get from the hops and the bitterness, I think so. And we've done a couple of very small limited edition runs of like English IPAs using all English hops and stuff, and similar sort of ABVs, and they've always gone really well.
Are you excited by the new English varieties that are coming out? Are there any hops that you've looked at and gone that can work for us?
Yeah, I mean we haven't had much of an opportunity to play around with them in any great detail, but we've used Bullion and Ernest, both of which I've loved, and there are plenty more out there that I'd love to try using as well.
So Barry George fan club. What do Barry Georges? Wants to know how you went from chef to brewer. Did you have formal training, or it seems like you just turned up one day and slowly?
Yeah, pretty much turned up one day. Yeah, I mean, I've got my degree is in chemistry and law. Previous to that, which
chemistry and law.
Yeah, but the law doesn't help that much at the moment. But the chemistry definitely helps there. But you know, there's flavors. You know, there's tasting.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Cool. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us. I've got one last question. We'll start with Ed, and that is, you know, it's been a rough year for brewers, but I'd love to know what you're really excited about in the future for the scene, but also for 5 Points. What cool projects you have that you're excited to bring to the public?
No, thanks. No, it has been an incredibly tough year, you know, and I think kind of one of the things that's been really, really tough for breweries is that, you know, we're an integral part of the kind of hospitality supply chain, you know, the beer industry, and yet, you know, breweries haven't had any of the sort of targeted support, whether it comes to the compulsory grants or the business rate support that the pub industry has had. So that's been a challenge for all independent breweries, and the and SIBA, the Society for Independent Brewers, has been doing a really, really good job on campaigning on our behalf, and we hope there might be some light at the end of the tunnel. So that aside, the kind of hardships, you know, in many sectors, all of us have had obviously an incredibly tough time over the last 12 months. So kind of what we're looking forward to in particular is the new tap room. You know, you visited it last week, and Greg was talking about it a little bit earlier. But we're just, you know, that kind of to have some of that roadmap, the 12th of April for outdoor drinking, and the 17th of May, which is, you know, the Pembury Tavern. We haven't got a very large outdoor area, so really for those pubs that are mainly kind of indoor focused, it's all about the 17th of May, which is still 2 months away. But we are really excited about the new the new tap room, the new brewery, and yeah, you know, just welcoming people back. And yeah, you know, it's been a tough old 12 months, as we all know. And I think what we're looking forward to is welcoming people back.
Just some sense of normality. What about you,
guys? Please.
Yeah, much the same, really. Like just seeing places like the Pembury or other pubs in London that I love, just seeing them full of life again, and you know, people enjoying themselves and drinking beer and, you know, having a good time. And likewise, like, you know, showing people what we've done at the new tap room, inviting people into our space where we've sort of made a new home. It's our first proper tap room inside the brewery. Yeah, it's really exciting.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's, you know, the most exciting thing is going to be able to, us being able to get back into pubs with friends, drinking fresh pints. Exactly. It doesn't get much better than that, and it's going to be summertime soon. Yeah. So, you know, things are looking up.
Absolutely. So we'll be back in pubs, but equally, when we do go back into pubs, we'll be keeping the digital live shows going. The original idea with our live shows was that we would be able to give you guys a live look at where we are in the world. And where we were in the world for the last year was home. So, so hopefully, you know, even when the pubs are all open, we'll be able to give you an eye into where we're traveling to. But the first place probably will be the Pembury Tavern as soon as we can come inside again when there's people here. So again, Ed, Greg, and Cal, who's been behind the scenes the whole of tonight and been serving us the beers, thank you so much for having us. It's been a really unique live show for us. And apologies for the slight tech issues at the start, but after that we got our game face on, and it's been really wonderful. And huge thanks again to Martin, Christian, George, Pete Brown. That's it. And of course, Maku, Flora Hall, and Machine House for sending in their videos. Thanks for watching, guys. Please do support the channel. Join our Patreon. For $1, you can join our Discord forum and get involved with chats. There'll be an after party, I am sure, in there tonight. $1 will get you into that and all the nerding that will be happening. And we'll see you guys on Wednesday for another upload, and next Saturday with Siren. Love and beer. Cheers, Ed.
Cheers.
And cheers, guys.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.